And Mr. Miller, will you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of
States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I think oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Alzar,
here.
Mr. Esquaga,
Present.
Chair Bybee,
Here.
Mr. East,
Here.
Commissioner Hill, here, Mr. J,
Present.
Mr. Long,
Present.
Mr. Murdoch,
Here.
Mayor Sheedy. You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you so much. Item B, comments from the floor by the public. Do we have any public comments?
None at this time.
Okay, and seeing none, I'll go ahead and close that item and move on to item C, consent agenda. I do need to remove item C1 because I have a change in the order of the agenda. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda, which would just be item C2.
So moved. Second.
So moved by Mr. Ablasar, second by Mr. J. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Going back to item C1, the agenda, I'm moving to take items E2 to be presented before E1. So just to reverse the two of those. So, agenda change would be to move item E2 before E1. Do I have any discussion or second on that motion? Second by Mr. Esquaga. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Rolling right along, we're on item D1. Reno Tahoe Airport Authority Air Service Development Update. We have consultants Kurt Lavelle, Managing Director of Air Service Consulting at Mead & Hunt, and Scott Schultz, Head of Strategy at Orange 142. We're going to provide an update on the airport's air service development and marketing strategies, including an overview of the industry, challenges, opportunities, how minimum revenue guarantees work, and how the airport determines its target markets for air service development and works to strategically market them. And I've heard nothing but like amazing things about this presentation that I know you've already given to some other, the airport and I think RASC and it really glowing report. So we're excited to have you here. I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce yourself, say your name for the record, and the floor is yours.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Kurt Lovell. I'm with Mead & Hunt. Mead & Hunt is a 1,200 person firm, aviation, architectural engineering, and air service. The air service team, the air service team is made up of 9 professionals with about 250 years of experience. All we do in this group is air service, so really niche business. Me personally, I've been in air service development for a little over 25 years. This is all I do. I work with small, medium, large hub airports, DMOs, local and state governments. So it is. Yeah. So in all fairness, my presentation is going to be much shorter than it was for the RTA board and for RASC. You can thank me later because I can talk forever about this. So just real quick, I want to go over, again, the overview of the aviation industry to give you kind of the history of what goes on in the industry, ups and downs. Talking about our peer markets, which is a real challenge for this type of dynamic market. There's not many comps that I could find. So they're kind of scattered all over the place. Talk about our trends, identify new opportunities, get into the incentive programs, where we'll talk about MRG, which is the minimum revenue guarantee, and talk about strategy, and then we'll turn it over to Scott. Okay. So this is just looking at the US industry as a whole. And tell me if you can't hear me because I don't do well standing behind the podium. But so this is looking at operating profits from the US industry, from 1991 going forward. As you can see, obviously a lot of things go on in the industry. The industry is resilient. They tend to always come back a little bit stronger, a little bit stronger. You can see after the Great Recession, they drastically changed their strategies and came back stronger than ever, making incredible amounts of revenues, operating profits, excuse me. What happened was, why they weren't doing this before is, every time there was a hiccup or anytime an airline would merge with another airline, the airlines would keep the capacity. So supply just kept increasing. And they really realized that, hey, you know, if we keep offering more and more seats, we can't raise our fares and generate more revenue. So what happened in 2008, 7, 8, 9 is they realized, hey, let's practice economics 101 and pull capacity out of the market. So when airlines started merging, they started parking the planes and then renewing their fleets. So you saw this huge capacity decrease, and then they started introducing the ancillary revenues. Everything that you can imagine is an ancillary revenue. There's some airlines that don't charge for baggage, which is a great marketing tactic, but they charge for a whole bunch of other stuff. Anything that's not an airline ticket would be an ancillary fee. So even your credit card fees that they collect on, that's an ancillary. So with that new strategy of making money, they started really getting good at making money. And then COVID hit. Now you can see the turnaround, they're starting to make money again as a whole. First quarter profits are starting to come out for this year. There is some that are really shocking, that are worse than expected. But again, overall, I would expect this year to still be up despite the slowdowns we'll start talking about. But regardless, there's always ups and downs in this industry, just like in every industry. But they finally gotten good at making money. So how have things changed? I talked about too much capacity in the system. You can see way back in the 90s, they used to like flying empty planes. 38% of the seats were empty. Now you're probably all saying, well, you know, when I get to the current numbers, 18% of the seats are empty. You're gonna say, well, every time I get on the plane, it's 100% full. There's no seat. So how is that correct in your market? Well, to get to that number, you actually have to think of that late night flight that nobody wants to get on, and on the weekends. That drives that load factor down. And what the airlines do is they tend to obviously fill the plane to drive their revenue up, and they hope those additional passengers will spill those other flights so they can better utilize those assets. So they're all about utilizing their assets to the best of their ability to make money. Right. So also, if you notice on here, when I said 2008, 2009, you see the red line, there's a big slowdown capacity. That's when they started pulling seats out of the marketplace. They parked planes in the desert, to never be flown again. And that's when you start to see that delta between the load factor and seats start to improve. Something else that airlines have really gotten strict on is flying to focus cities, hubs, crew bases. So when you go out looking for new air service, the best economics for the airline are flying to one of these locations. But you have to have a good business case to be able to fly to one of these markets. And so when we look at things, we obviously look for the best business case. We're not looking for things that are short-term. We want long-term sustainable growth. So anytime we're looking at this, we're looking for the best opportunity that's going to be long-term sustainable for this market. Okay, looking at expenses. So to operate airlines, it's very expensive. You have some items on here that are fixed, and you have some that are variable, and those two make up the salaries and fuel make up 57% of the airline's cost to operate. You know, the fuel is always up and down, just like in everyone's business. Everyone tries to budget it the best guess you have. Salaries, though, are easy to figure out when they keep going up. These are recent contract negotiations that have been approved. So $39 billion in additional labor costs over the next 4 years. And there's more negotiations going on with other airlines. So again, how are the airlines going to pay for this?
Is that only pilots?
This is pilots, yes. So they're not going to give up the profits and reduce their profits, they're gonna raise prices somewhere, would be my guess. So that's gonna hit your ticket price. So yes, this is only pilots. You also have a shortage on A&P mechanics, flight attendants, across the board. So, these are just the biggest dollar amounts right now. So again, a lot more costs coming to the industry. And I don't know if anyone watches the news about aircraft, Boeing, Airbus, Pratt & Whitney. There's some issues with people getting planes. So if you can't add capacity to keep up with demand, you can't generate more revenue. So you're gonna have to push up that revenue quicker. So, I think this morning Southwest came out and said that their MAX 7s and 10s that were supposed to be certified this year, or won't be certified until late next year, which has caused the stock to go crazy today. So, and that's not just impacting them, that's impacting, United, American, Spirit, everybody. Again, it's a, aircraft engine issues with Pratt Whitney, delivery issues with Boeing, and so on. So, jumping forward, does anyone have any questions so far? All right, so going forward, I said, finding a peer for this dynamic market is really challenging. Strong leisure component and a strong and rapidly growing business environment. There aren't too many markets that have that dual threat. So looking around the country, trying to find something like that, the best comp, and you're gonna go, it's a long ways away and it's on the ocean, is Charleston, South Carolina. It's a market like yours. It's a destination and it has a booming economy. From other sectors of the. So, looking at this, so looking at seat capacity. So when we compare ourselves to, when we compare ourselves to those markets in terms of seats per capita, we have a lot of seats in this market. We're really well served. Can we get more? Can we grow? Yes. But we have to utilize what we have better. So you can see that we have, in terms of seats per capita, there's average of, for all these markets, 360. Charleston is right below us. Savannah is a little bit ahead of us, but we're well above average. So load factors, if you, on slide 3, I didn't point it out, but the average load factor in the industry is 85%. Our peers is 82%, and we are below average. We need to do a better job of utilizing the asset. We need to get more uncomfortable by having every single seat full in our plane. So that's one of those things the airlines are looking at. Are they utilizing our asset? Are they making as much money as they possibly can? We need to drive our load factors up. Remember, we have a ton of seats per capita, but this is one thing we need to work on. Our first goal should be working on getting to that average of 82%. The next one is working to get to 85%. This is, so, and there's a whole bunch of KPIs we talked about in the aviation industry. And I know for one period of time, we were talking about yields in the marketplace. But what I like to talk about is revenue per available seat. Yield is looking at RevPAR. RASM is looking at RevPAR. I'm sorry, ADR versus RevPAR. I'm sorry, I got this backwards. So this is looking at how are you selling the entire airplane. So I can have a really strong yield if I sell one seat. It doesn't look at any of the other seats. So RASM is looking at your entire plane. Again, RevPAR look. So if you look at where we're performing, we're about average. So we're doing well there too. And that's a good thing for the airlines. Again, they want to make money. Would they like that to grow more? Yes. But at the same time, as supply and demand works, if we keep pushing the RASM up, how are we going to push the load factor up? So again, there's a challenge there. So again, marketing is something that's critical to driving demand and filling up planes. Okay, so this is looking at seats in the US. How does Reno compare to the entire US seats per capita? We are in the top 25 when you look at seats per capita. We have a lot of seats. So again, we're really fortunate, we're really well positioned. We're up there against big hubs that flow people and connect people to other markets. And you can see Charleston is on that list also. So a lot of seats in the marketplace. So obviously it's an important market. So something that we've noticed and when doing the research and understand this market is historically how we performed and what has changed. So you can see from way back when to about 2015, typically we lagged the US in O&D passengers. And before a recession would hit, we would start to do worse than the US. That's all related to just a one-trick pony, all leisure. But you'll notice that in 2015, things flipped. And we started trending better and getting stronger than the rest of the US. You can directly correlate that to a big company showing up in the area and everyone started to follow them in. So that would be the Tesla effect, as Tina's pointed. So the Tesla effect has really changed the market, make it into a dual threat. So that's where there's a huge opportunity from the dual threat to fill up all the properties, get more people into the market, whether they're spending on an expense account or they're spending their own dollar. But there's a huge opportunity right there is what's changed. So again, focusing on those couple of years. Yes, ma'am.
O&D,
Or origination, destination passengers.
thank you.
So total passengers.
Yeah, sometimes acronyms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know you already knew that, you were asking for everybody else.
Thank you.
So, sorry about that. Yes, if there's acronyms up here that don't make sense, ask please. So this is looking at passengers by point of origination. This is where you begin your trip. And this is actually called POO. And then there's a POD. So those are actually acronyms. So down here. So this is looking at where the person begins their itinerary. Is it a local or is it a visitor? So you can see the market slow down in terms of POD, the gray, started to slow down, but POO actually was kind of flat. In 2015, in this time frame, we can start to see both start to trend up. From an airline perspective, this is good. They have revenue generating on both sides. They have the market's more solid, meaning that if my leisure slows down, my business is still strong. Business slows down, leisure should hold up. If both are going up, they're gonna make a lot of money in the market. So this is a good thing. Okay, so looking at utilizing our assets. So you can see we used to like to fly a lot of empty seats in our market as well. 8% of the seats were empty. I'm sorry, 8% point difference between load factors. We shrunk down to 3%. That's a huge improvement. So we want to slow down our growth to let the planes get more full so the airlines make more money. As we're doing that, we're out there educating the airline industry about the dynamic market and telling them what's going on, what's changing. It's fun to go talk about this market and talk about all the investment in the hotels and in other properties, but also in these huge billion-dollar facilities that came out of nowhere. And I think this, in the next year, is like another $10 billion in facilities coming online. Again, lots of growth. So that's a fun conversation to have and why that is shrinking. From an airline perspective, what we also saw in 2015 is we were known as a cheap market. We had to lower the fares to stimulate people to get in the plane. From an airline perspective, that's not good. They weren't making a lot of money. They have shrunk that, and now it's flipped. Now we're above par. Again, as a consumer, you're like, that's awful. But think of this, again, as an airline. How do we get an airline to grow? We have to think like an airline. 2015, all of a sudden it flipped. It flipped because more and more business people were flying in the front of the plane, buying last minute tickets and things along that nature. So that is a positive. And I know you'll go blind trying to read this. So these are just two KPIs that we need to look at. So you have load factors and you have RASM, revenue per available seat mile. A full plane does not mean a plane is making money. A full plane means the plane is full. What you want to look at are both, and a couple of other things. I just don't want to bore you with everything. This is looking at, fourth quarter 2023 only. It's not looking at the entire year. It's not comparing to, multiple periods. But you can see if it's red, we're below average. And when you look at the, average load factor in Austin for American, they're 82%. The RASM in Reno is 11% and the average is 11.9. It's soft. It's not doing well. But then you come down here to Salt Lake City and Delta, you have an average load factor of 81%. It's on par, but our RASM is blowing everyone else away. That's a huge opportunity. However, when this was a test in one of the others, so I'm not gonna ask the test because I know Rick is gonna know the answer. But when you look at this kind of stuff, you don't want to say, this is doing well, let's go get more air service, let's go talk to Delta. No, why don't we want to? We just got sold to Atlanta on Delta. People are going to migrate from this flight to the Atlanta flight, which is going to lower this load factor. The RASM is going to lower. So we don't want to flood this because that will make overall performance go down. So what we need to do is build Atlanta up and let that organically recover. So again, that's how we need to look at things when we build. We just can't chase and chase and chase. You have to look at everything holistically. Everyone have fun looking at the red light, green light? Okay. Identifying new opportunities. So we have great service to the West Coast and the Northwest. But there's markets that are starting to pop. And you can see that in the South, in the South region, Southwest and Southern. And those markets are growing. Perfect time. Now you can see why Delta saw, hey, it's time to bring Atlanta. Because the market is growing. Is there room for more opportunity? There is, but let's get Delta fat and happy with that market. So this is looking at using GPS data, just looking at overall visitors to the market from the southern region, looking at the seasonality trend. Again, how do we fill out those shoulder seasons? So this is where the business side is going to help the leisure side. So while we're piggybacking on some of this further out growth on trying to identify the big companies that need to fly there, but it's also going to open up brand new markets to bring in new tourists to this destination. Net new tourists spend a lot more money than somebody who's repeated year after year after year. And if you convert some of those to regular visitors, your market starts growing even quicker. So again, we're using GPS data, we're using traditional data to identify those trends, trying to fill in those gaps to bring up all the shoulders. And so we have consistent service year round. That's critically important to work. And so we also went out and talked to the business community. So this is Tina's team out there talking with all the big businesses, Redwood Materials, I think it's Anderson, that big billion-dollar company, that education company, do you remember? No. Okay. There's a huge company here. Nobody had a clue, really. I think we put down one person and go, oh, I know who that is. They win billions and billions of dollars in government contracts. They're based here. They generate a ton of travel. Well, we found those guys to find out where they went. So we surveyed all these people. There's 180, I believe, surveys that have been completed right now. Help from the RSCVA reaching out to members and such. But this number one shows the priority market. Where do you need service to? So number two market is Washington, D.C. That would be a Baltimore or a Washington, Dulles. But if you look at the total counts we prioritize from 10, you can still see Las Vegas is number one. Number two is Washington, D.C. And you kind of go through the priority list. So when we look at where the opportunities, we need to know what people, where they need to fly to. And then we need to start understanding that seasonality and who they have corporate contracts with. Then we need to try to align that with the RSCVA and hoteliers and other partners and say, hey, if we were to get service here, do you have the ability to market there to drive the tourist in? So building those relationships, that community. Incentive programs. How am I doing on time? So this is talk about the MRGs. So MRGs, it's a minimum revenue guarantee. More and more communities, airports, state governments are getting very, very aggressive. MRGs, airports cannot participate in. There's an FAA rule that would put Darren here. We put Darren into a orange jumpsuit if he did any MRG with airport funds. So that's off the table. MRGs have to come from a third party. That could come from anybody. An individual could come up with money, or multiple businesses could come up with money. But that's now keeping up with the Joneses. You have to have MRGs for a lot of opportunities you're going after. But you don't want to go after any opportunity. It has to be an opportunity that's going to be sustainable and long-term. You don't want to waste money on things that are going to fail. And lots of airlines will come and sell you stuff. I should rephrase that. There's a couple of airlines that will still sell you on stuff that's not going to work. They just want to take your money. We're not focused on that. We have a strategic plan that's focusing on truly growing the market. We're only looking for things that are going to be sustainable long-term. So again, this is looking at how many airports are we competing with. Remember, an asset, a plane can fly anywhere. So it can fly to any of these dots. This is just the continental US. Planes can fly all over the world, and there's a lot of dots. So how do we stand above everyone else? Again, we have to have a strong business case, which is demand. We have to have strong partners. And that is something the wisdom of this group actually, I think after the first time they came, something came Mike took to this board and it was approved, which actually put you into the game. The funds that were in that account before weren't enough to talk to anybody. The funds that are there now, actually, it's not embarrassing to go talk to somebody because you do have more funds than other folks. Now we're just waiting for the right opportunities. And these are just some examples of who you're competing with. There's plenty more of these. By the way, Jobs Ohio, this is funded through the liquor tax. So this is essentially unlimited funds. In Ohio, every single airport has gotten air service, and Jobs Ohio supported it. Whether that's international or domestic, all the airports have gotten service. But again, that fund is huge because it gets more and more expensive to fly planes. Pilot costs are going up. There's less planes. So if you have two markets that you're looking at side by side, which is more attractive? Operating performance is the same, but now if you have Reno coming forward and saying, oh, we can also offer the MRG, which is going to help offset your cost. You don't write a check to the airline. You base it on the performance of the operation. So if the airline comes out gung-ho, making money immediately, which is very rare, you wouldn't pay any money. But if it takes a couple of months, you set certain guidelines on how you would reimburse the carrier based on a margin or a flat cost. And then you would pay typically on a monthly basis. And and within an agreement, I don't know, I'm probably going into too much detail on this, but within the agreement, you can also have stopgaps. Let's say you're burning cash. You can have a stopgap that says, hey, if I spend more than, I'm gonna throw a crazy number, $1 million in 3 months, we can get out of the agreement. Some airlines will agree to that. Of course, they'll say, well, you still have to pay us for another 6 months after that because they have some costs. Because if you work for the airline industry, you bid on everything. So if you're a pilot or a flight attendant, you have to bid on your flight. And so you still have to obligate that. So you still have to pay that. But anyway, so again, what this board has offered could create an opportunity for an airline to come in and start 5 new markets. Or for a huge golden goose, for one market. The world's a possibility. So from my job and Tina's job, wanting to talk to airlines, it makes it easier. Still a challenge, but it makes it easier, so thank you. So these are the guys that come in with all kinds of funds. West Virginia is doing something with Breeze, as you can see. But Jobs Ohio is the one to watch, because again, it's funded by the tax. And their annual budget says 10 million, but that's the minimum they expect to spend every year. And the state of Alabama actually has just last year approved a new tax that's going to be funded through the General Assembly, and there's lots of examples out there. So you guys are ahead of your game. So looking at the strategy, so
Real quick, Jeff, while you're on that topic, and again, because some of this is MRG 101 for us here. typically, is there an expiration, when you set a program up, let's just say it's Dulles United, there would be a runway with it, right? But then it doesn't go into perpetuity. That agreement is set up, that's somebody like yourself would negotiate that.
Right, yeah, an airline would love it to go on forever. Right. But that's not the agreement we would negotiate.
Was it typical?
1 to 2 years.
1 to 2 years.
Okay, so, yeah, anything longer than that, that means it's not a good market. I'll give you an example, BWI, until 2009, they had an agreement with BA. It was actually through the state of Maryland. BWI is ran through the Maryland Airport Authority. They were paying BA $15 million a year. They had paid it that one, only 20 years. That was a bad agreement. Yeah. So yeah, 1 to 2 years. And again, you want to add stop gaps in there, and you don't pay everything up front. You pay based on performance, but it's also critical at the same time that you have a strong marketing campaign behind it. Because if you haven't built awareness, you haven't seeded the market, you're gonna have a slower ramp up period. What you want to do is have a goal and aspiration to, am I taking your thunder?
No, you're good.
Okay. You want to seed something and you see the opportunity where the top opportunity is, and you want to start seeding that market. You may not have service yet, but you want to start marketing that you can get somewhere, like Nashville. Easy connections. Why are you doing that? Trying to build awareness. You're trying to get the numbers. You're trying to make it pop on what the airlines look at. They look at the US DOT data, which is they look at PDU, passengers per day each way, and they look at that number growing. Our numbers are already been growing. How do we get it to grow even faster? And then also in Nashville, get you to many other points beyond. So this is looking at.
Kurt, can you hang on one second,
Yes.
Mr. Murdoch?
Kurt, when you talk about the MRG and you're, basically, there are success stories in the MRG world though, where you sign the contract and put some money up, you get in and you invest in the market early. But where you don't have to pay, you can get a hit in the market after you get it going, and then you may not pay anything on an MRG, right? Even though it's in place.
There are instances where there's MRGs, there's one in Ohio, an airport, I think they are 15 markets now by this one airline. I don't think they paid a dime.
So that's.
And they came in like 1 or 2 markets, let's try this out. And then before the markets had even been there for a year, the airline was already adding markets. Like, oh, yep, you were right. This makes sense.
So guess it's like bait, you bait them with the MRG, you get them in the market, and then all of a sudden, if we did the advertising right, and it's a home run, you win. I mean, and then you're not paying a cent.
Correct.
So you're still on the line with the contract, but you're paying.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, there are those instances where that happens, so. And those are very exciting, because the airlines that, when they see that, they quickly want to start talking about adding more markets, because they want to be markets where they make money. And if the first 2 are making money, the assumption is the next 2 are going to make money. And then the next 2 after that are going to make. So, yeah, it can really spawn something fantastic. All right, so, for how do we grow air service? We have to retain what we have. We can't lose air service. Because if airlines see the market going away, typically, they are not going to go get all excited. Let's fly that market. Well, carrier A couldn't make it. Why can carrier B make it? So we need to work on retaining our service. So we need to, again, look at the KPIs, look at RASM, load factors, and the others. We have to talk to airlines regularly to understand historic, but more importantly, future bookings. We need to have dynamic advertising, marketing in place, so we can turn on the dime. We don't buy something open to close. We may switch something in 3 months because the bookings are going well, or they have to reallocate monies from A to B because the market is soft and another one's up par. Unless there's unlimited money, which I don't think there is, but that's how you have to approach it. First, so you have to retain service. So you can see on this list, well, Austin showed you that the RASM was below, load factor was below, but how do we retain that? Or if all fails and we lose it, how do we get someone to quickly come in because we're building up demand? Atlanta, well, it just started, supposedly it's doing well, but we want to make sure we retain it and then expand it. How do we get a flight that's not a red eye? How do we get an additional frequency? So those are things that we need to think about. But also, we need to have in the future, where do we expand to? What's the top, attract? What do we want to attract? What's the low hanging fruit? And you can see up here, Nashville's listed. So Nashville is, again, a growing market. Lots of disposable income, a lot of businesses growing. It's a destination. A strong airline that operates here, operates there. And it also creates connections to what many of your businesses in this market want.
Yeah.
But it creates an alternative to Atlanta. And the opportunity with that carrier is a different price point. And that carrier, which would be Southwest, would be the ideal target. They have a loyal following in this marketplace. Now, keep in mind, lots of volatility in the industry, lots of earnings. Southwest actually came out today and are forecasting their growth this year. I think they were at 8%, then they went to 6%, now they're, I believe, 4%. They've frozen all job hiring because of the back sevens and the tens not being certified until late next year. However, they still have growth potential. And when you look at when you compare Reno to other stations around the US, in terms of revenue generation, we are one of the fastest increasing in revenue generation. So we need to build that case that shows that this is the best place because you're making money everywhere else. So one more market, how do you do that? So again, doing everything very strategically. So these are markets that we need to, again, start seeding in Nashville. We need to advertise Austin and Atlanta. And again, that's important things that we focus on. But again, it would be nice to focus on everything, but we just can't. You have to prioritize. So, looking at our objectives, it's retain, expand, and attract. But, we've started talking about, developing those in and out of market partnerships. Talking to the business sector, looking at our marketing strategies, campaigns, and aligning, and getting everyone to work together. For air service, there can really only be one point of contact, or else it gets really cloudy and you aren't optimizing your dollars. You're wasting dollars if there's one point. And for air service, that needs to be the airport. And I know that sounds sort of self-serving, but again, that's the best way for it to work because we're the ones that are contacting and talking with the network planning people who are the ones that are telling us about future bookings. And if the message comes from us with our partners, and we can say, we were having this conversation last night, Christina, say, hey, if we know a market is soft, how are hotel bookings? And then how are your peers? We can put all this together and quickly react as a team, which should benefit everybody. But so for air service, again, I'll let air service marketing, let Scott take it from here.
Can we ask you a question?
Yeah.
So as you look at, you've got the airport as the entity. And then you've got, say, we've got the check writing RASC, which writes the check for MRGs or anything. And then you've got the RSCVA. So does that fit? You've got the three models. Do you agree with what we're doing there? We've got the airport leads us to do it. The RASC will write the check. We as all contributors and the RSCVA put money into the account. Is that the way it should flow?
Well, I mean, I think it's a good mechanism. You do need a body that, when they do the MRGs, that can do it in a closed room without having to worry about FOIA. Because typically, when an airline gives you an agreement, there's an NDA on there, and obviously a FOIA document. You're in violation of that. So, the more entities you have out there, the more challenging it is. But again, that's currently the best, structure that you guys have, and let you know you're light years ahead of many markets that are still trying to figure out how to, or why they should talk to the airport. So I don't know if I answered your question or if I went around in circles.
No, it did. It did. The fact that the airport leads us, they're our leader. RSCVA kind of is, they've got the fund. And then RASC is the part of the FAA that the airport can't do, they write the check.
Correct.
Keeps it clean, I mean, it's pretty clean and simple.
Right.
And so, and then, like you say, the airline works directly with the airport and say the RCVA, because RCVA has such a big swath with its advertising and its digital and its, so it makes a lot of sense. I'm just trying to make sure we're doing it right and, you know, we each know our role.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's set up, so again, you have the rest where you can keep the information confidential. But again, it's, when it comes down to the marketing side, that's the challenge, is making sure not everyone's out there with their own message. There has to be consistency, and it has to have, again, point to the same direction. We also, when we don't want people just to be spending money to spend money, because if a market's doing really well, load factors are 90-something%, RASM is 10% above the network. Well, we shouldn't be spending money there, because there's not unlimited resources. We need to reallocate that because there's probably something else that's soft. So again, we need to have that flexibility, and that information will come from Tina's team.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, excellent. Love this information. Let me ask you, so if I understand this correctly, first of all, what drives the market is financial incentive. If we're gonna get into the game and we wanna get an airline service here, so financial incentive is number one, correct? Partnerships,
Correct.
partnerships. And then I'm curious to know, obviously, the marketing, all of these things in one, but what I'm curious to know, how important are the relationships just in general? Because one of the things that I see, and I mean, I think it's phenomenal. You've got Richard J. and Rick Murdoch that have had, you know, years and years of relationships. And then I also see some people sort of staying out of, like, engaging with them. I think to me, it seems like it would be really important. So I think we all are trying to see too, where do we belong? And what role we can also play. So how important are those relationships?
They're very, very important. We need to know the market. We need to know the market demands.
Yeah.
But it's also in, RTA brought on EDON. So now EDON, I believe, is part of RAS. They're critical considering this market, how dynamic it is. It's with two things that are driving its growth. So we need that business side as well. From those partnerships, again, it's sharing that information that you have about what are your travel needs, your travel habits. If you're a big hitter, at some point, we're gonna call on you and potentially have you come to airline headquarter meeting to help us close something. So we need those relationships. There's nothing worse than going to an airline, and not knowing your market and not knowing who is where. Tina's team has gone from 0 to 100 on meeting with the businesses in the community. That's where that survey came from. They actually call all those folks also to follow up on the survey. Ask them if they want to be part of, you know, if there's more information to be gathered, can they contact you again? Asking for more details. And everyone's been really receptive. So again, information gathering is one of the most important things from the partnerships. And then again, helping identify how are those revenue sources for marketing, for building the MRG, because you want the MRG to always be there. Once you go and you have it tied up into something else, you don't want to say, okay, we're done now because our MRG is tied up to this contract. We haven't paid out yet, but obviously good business, we don't want to do something else. But you want to make sure there's always a mechanism there to keep funding it. And that's critical also.
All right.
That's something where the partnership.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, it goes both ways, because sometimes there are people that I think that should be at the table that aren't. And so, you know, it's sort of sensitive at times, but I think, I hope, like, I think in general in business, relationships matter, but I've seen especially, and I just wanted to know if it was just me. Obviously I might get treated differently when I'm in the room, so I'm curious, that's why, because I've seen the relationships hands down be really impactful and important. And I don't think people realize in business in general, those relationships, but it's certainly, you just, you know, hit the nail on the head that those are important relationships. We need to foster them. Okay.
No, it's critical. It's also us being able to educate people about how air service even works.
Yeah.
You don't just go and say, hey, we want air service.
Mhm.
And you don't just go add more air service in Salt Lake City. Cause and effect. So But yeah, absolutely right.
Mr. J?
Thank you. A lot of information out there, obviously. And I remember in one presentation, I don't know whether it's the airport or whatever, somewhere we talked about Kansas City, which I'd never thought about before. But you kind of talked, I think it was in our board retreat, you talked a little bit about Kansas City.
I want to say it's Panasonic, the Panasonic is building a huge 3 point something billion facility there. So there's the first step. The other easy piece for the airline that would potentially serve it, it's also a connecting point. That geographically, our stage length, our heat, if we can't get that far, can we get that far? But Panasonic is the one driving that, and the volume of people that they're sending now, but more importantly, what Tina found out they're gonna be sending in the next year, how it increases, the numbers are gonna increase quickly.
And they have good ribs there as well, so, you know, that's a plus.
Yeah. And they have a good football team,
Yeah.
so.
You know, the doors.
I got one more question. If I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
If you have, we've got the valley here with all the business, the Teslas, then you've got the jewel of Nevada and Tahoe. How, it's kind of like having gaming and business and leisure all together, you know what I mean? And then you've got Tahoe. What destination has an international airport that actually has two destinations in one? You know what I mean? And is that important? Tahoe is always a part of our sale. It's what we call it, the Reno Tahoe, everything. So that's absolutely critical, don't you think? Because it
is.
helps.
It is, Tahoe's the world renowned brand. I mean, I've never done a study on that focus groups, but yeah, it's critical. And you see so many airports now changing their names to include the city. Oakland just changed their name to include a city. There's a Orlando airport in Melbourne calling themselves the Orlando airport. So yeah, it's critical, Reno, Tahoe. That's a critical partner.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go Nashville. Right now, let's go.
So I need it.
All right, well, I guess we'll transition to cover marketing, but Kirk has been doing this so long and for really a great amount of time that he can really just handle the marketing side all by himself. Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you all here this morning. Thank you again for having us. My name is Scott Schultz, and excuse me, I've been working with the airport on cultivating air service strategy and helping shape that for them. And my slides are not as extensive as Kirk's, but before I get into them, I really just wanted to start with a statement that I'm very excited for Reno Tahoe. And let me kind of unpack that a little bit if I can. Because prior to me joining Orange 142, which is the marketing and advertising agency, I came on board to handle the marketing consultancy side for strategic orientation. I spent 23 years running the marketing for 3 different destinations. And as you can imagine, being a destination marketer, air service is vital for the growth of your visitor economy. And so I want to share a little bit about the air service success in those markets, because while each one had some semblance of success in either adding a carrier or growing some routes, there was one market that was hands down very, very successful and had outsized results because of the focus on air service marketing. That market happened to be Myrtle Beach. And I share this with you because we were losing a lot of visitors to Florida destinations because of much more affordable air service. We had seasonality issues because of air service. So our community really came together, our top stakeholders, of course, the airport, the CBBs, economic development, business community, everybody came in and we put a massive stake in the ground. And we said, we are going to do everything we can to focus our time, effort, and resources on building the right strategy to grow air service for our market. And I get to kind of share this with you because that's when I first started to work with Kirk. We were very fortunate in our market that he chose to come work at the Myrtle Beach International Airport. So he and I got to work side by side for many years developing and cultivating the right strategy, developing those relationships with the carriers, being proactive and taking and building the business case with all the types of data that you saw here, layering on top of that commitment to actually market effectively each of those markets. And within several years, we more than doubled the nonstop air service markets to our destination and really turned it into an economic engine for the region. And so circling back, I'm not going to get into any more details beyond that, but Kurt can share a whole lot more of that experience. But that's where I come back to the statement that I just made, is because in my short time working with the airport and meeting quite a few of you and other stakeholders throughout the community, I really see that you're at that beginning point of saying, we're all going to put our arms together. We're going to get in the right positions, use all of our talents the right way, cultivate the strategy that Kirk's been putting together, make sure that the CVA here through their leadership is going to help market promote, and you guys are going to have a lot of success there. So I share that with you because our experience has been there, and we have a little bit that we can offer and share with you as you go through that process. So let me jump into our slides for my agenda, and it's real top level today. We're not going to get into the actual campaign and tactics of those campaigns and what advertising channels or audience selection. That's going to be up to the agencies that the CVA works with and that the airport works with to get into that kind of detail. We're talking about the upper level funnel strategy. So we'll talk about our goals, the strategy, and of course the initial timeline. And you already heard from Kirk that needs to be very fluid, and we'll talk about that when we get to it. So overall goals for 2024, granted we're into April right now, so we're really underway, but Kirk even started and mentioned this. He did a good job about it, but all these new markets that we're talking about continuing to cultivate and grow, we have to continue to raise the awareness for the Reno Tahoe market, and through the inspirational work that we're doing, the messaging that we're putting out there is to continue to increase that demand. And what does that do invariably? It generates new visitors. We have to focus on cultivating new visitation to the marketplace. That is how the airlines will be successful. That is how everybody in this room will continue to be successful. So we have to make sure that we're doing that. That's a focus. And if we're doing that, then ultimately that's going to improve and grow the carrier performance, and that's what's going to lead to incremental air service growth. So it's like building blocks. So that's what we're trying to focus on 2024, is to put the right marketing in place to be effective, efficient, and to start to build those building blocks. Because each time we're successful in one market, it builds trust with the carrier to want to go and expand and go further. So we demonstrate that, we build that, and that's how we continue to grow. So the strategy, you already started talking about earlier, is positioning everybody for success. So we'll talk about that and what that means. Of course, we're expending marketing dollars into these markets. So it's going to be led with leisure promotion, but ultimately, as we're successful in growing these routes, that will have an impact to business travel. And because we don't have all the marketing dollars in the world that we want, we've got to be very effective with what we do and make sure that our initiatives are integrated and that we're very hyper-targeted on the right audiences. Those people that have the propensity to travel, those that have the experiences that match up best with what our destination affords. And so we're going to be very, very focused on that. So, position for success. We started talking about this earlier, roles and responsibilities. The airport, for sure, is going to lead the air service development and their corresponding marketing strategies for the region. They'll also guide the catchment area marketing. So making sure that they're letting everybody that is in this community know of the available options so that we have strong O&D travel. And then RASC, we mentioned that. Yes, they have to be there for the minimum revenue guarantees. And they can still help to support in other areas in marketing when needed, either airline specific or additional promotion in the catchment area. And of course, the destinations in the area, they're going to continue to provide marketing that's going to help lift air service. We're focused mostly on the markets for 2024 that's going to take some dedicated marketing investment. But each and every entity in this tourism economy here is still promoting to a lot of the other markets that have air service that we're not going to be focused on, but it's still going to be important and valuable to do. And then the hospitality and tourism industry overall continues to provide marketing resources that, again, is going to help with air service development. What we want to be able to do is make sure that we have the pieces in place so that these efforts of what everybody's doing can be stronger, more integrated, and ultimately more effective so that we can do this at a faster pace. So I like to put things into a diagram. So if we have RTAA on the left with the outbound marketing, the destinations on the right, the one thing that we know this was missing and that we've now solved for is somebody that can be in between both, being highly collaborative and ensuring that there's continuity of efforts. So that DOM right there is Director of Marketing, and April is in the room, and we now have her to be able to be this person that's going to help bring collaboration and continuity to really help us be as efficient as possible. And to go one step further, she's going to be able to cultivate those relationships with the air service teams at the carrier level so that we can work on developing additional programming to help with the marketing and promotion of what we're doing. And so this really gives the airport some stronger assets on their bench. And keep in mind is while she's going to be working, of course, with the destinations in market, we have to remember that the destinations where the planes are coming from also have CVBs and other entities that we want to work on collaborations with, right? Not every single marketing effort is a paid effort. There are things that you can do to get your message in front of other people that really helps amplify the work that you do. And that's integral to have somebody that can be focused on that and be working with the teams here as well. And then there can be other beneficial partnerships that may be in and out of travel. It could be product related, service related, but you constantly have to be looking at all the opportunities that you have to cultivate and put your message in front of people that can potentially come and visit Reno Tahoe. So I'm excited about that for everybody here. We've already touched on our 3 markets for this year. I think the Southeast and having Delta to Atlanta is going to be super successful for this area. And Kirk mentioned Nashville. Right? We don't have nonstop service from there yet, but we could get there. That is one that we need to be proactive about. Start to see those efforts now, because I think we can take a case study to them pretty quick so that we might be able to turn that into nonstop service. And that's a market that will also have a lot of benefit for business travel to go through Nashville to get out here as well. So these are our 3 markets to focus on, and I'll finish with just market timing. Anytime we start looking at where are we going to deploy marketing dollars, we start with an initial, timeline of all the work that has to happen at the agency level with, audience selection, what channel management do we want to have, right? But I can tell you, and I think Kirk alluded to this, is for example, for Atlanta, let's just say our close relationship with Delta, we're on the phone with them, and they're telling us, hey, as soon as we put that flight into the system, the first 2 or 3 months are booking great. All right, so do we really want to start when we were thinking about initially timing our investment in that market? We may do some drip marketing to continue, but we may hold back some dollars and go in 2 or 3 months later than what is needed because we're paying attention to what the airline's telling us. That's why those relationships are vital. And so while we may start out with this, I just share this with you because you have to be fluid, you have to be nimble, and you have to be able to react to market conditions. And that's what the team at the airport is. They're talking to the carriers constantly. So that can help us really drive some of the decisions that we make. And we just need to be very proactive and reactive based upon the information. And so that, in a nutshell, is what I have. Again, I'm very excited and bullish for where you are all at because everybody that I've talked to so far seems to be very, very committed to growing air service. And I think you have some really bright days ahead.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Just really quick, I'm curious, on period number 2 is Washington DC. And I know we all feel this one, especially when we're going all the time. I go on Sunday and I'm like, oh. It's so painful. But you have it number 2. I don't see Nashville on here. So why Nashville and not Washington DC? Am I reading this wrong?
I'm not
You
sure.
know, you're reading correctly. Nashville based on, so here's the other KPIs. It's based on when airlines have aircraft, but Washington Dulles doesn't have dates for the big plane right now.
Okay.
So even though it's number two,
It's
we
hard
can't get service. If we were to get service, that doesn't have anywhere to pull up
to
to.
go, okay.
So that's, yeah, those are the other things I didn't talk
Cause I'm like, wait a minute, what am I missing?
Yeah, and Nashville actually is bringing on gates this year, and they have room to grow.
Okay,
And
perfect.
the airline that we're targeting, even though they're at 4%, they've reduced their growth projection, they still plan on growing some this year.
Okay, and then just quickly, I'm curious on here, Phoenix doesn't have a number. Why is that? And I would think.
Is that for the number one category?
Yes,
That's because nobody in those 180 people that, or 150 people that responded, nobody selected Phoenix as number one.
okay.
So, yeah.
Or could it be
Damn that.
because we have?
Well,
I love Phoenix.
yeah, because
Yeah, I know you're
Las
going there
Vegas
all
is
the
number
time.
one, you have great service there also, and so, yeah, just none of those companies listed Phoenix as the number one priority. I'm sure if we keep going and get twice as many, it probably will increase.
Okay, all right, good.
Kurt,
Thank you
on
so much.
Washington, are you only looking at Dulles or are you looking at Reagan and BWI?
We're looking at DWI or Dulles. There's the perimeter rule, we can't get service, to DCA. But for BWI and Dulles, two totally different markets, as you say, you fly there all the time. You know, people, I used to be at BWI and I still represent BWI. And people that fly to BWI are staying on that side of Maryland. And people on the other side they don't go over. So really two different markets, but we need to prioritize and identify which is the best. And, Washington Dulles actually goes to the top because of the connectivity and the international connectivity. The ideal flight time from here would be in the morning to get there before their 5 o'clock international bank and give us that much more connectivity. So
Okay, so Reagan, there just isn't availability. I think a lot of us go back for conferences. That's where we're flying. So we're going downtown. We don't want the longer drive from the other two airports. So is it international connections, the key thing, or just availability in that market at Reagan?
it's a perimeter rule. It's said that you could fly more than, I think it's 1,500 miles. And there's some caveats, like Puerto Rico, I think is put in there, in a couple other markets. But it's really, an FAA rule that has to go through Congress. Yeah, it's a big ordeal.
So
And every so often they fight and try to get that lifted. And then the people who are against it say we don't have capacity, we don't have the runway lane, there's air traffic control issues. So it's a debate that's been going on for a long time.
yeah,
Mr. Roberts?
Madam Chair, to that point, and I know it's a very political issue. I got involved at one point on it, but I think it's worth exploring because it is a congressional
Yeah.
approval, right? And they've been talking about it for a long time, and those of us on the west have constantly complained about access to DCA. And Congress is, obviously, there's more people out east and they make the decisions on their accessibility. But I think there's an opportunity there for Reno, along with some other cities, to inject themselves into that argument because as much as we all love going to DC and taking a 2-hour taxi ride from Dulles and I just went for Baltimore, and took the train from Baltimore, it's still so ideal to get to DCA. And so I don't know what your role, you guys have. I guess I'd follow up, Madam Chair, on your question. Does the airport have a plan to visit that politically with our congressional representation? That's pretty loaded, I'm sorry. Bring in the big guy.
Good morning, Darren Griffin for the record. So this is a conversation that has been had at a high level. The FAA reauthorization bill is in Congress right now. We're close to having it finalized. This was not something really that any of the committees really wanted to get into. We did speak to it with our entire delegation, along with Boise, El Paso. There's a group of airports just outside the 1,200 perimeter rule, 1,200 mile perimeter rule that would like and think we warrant a direct service. We have, to Kurt's terminology, PDUs
think we have 160 a day each way to the DC metro area. We're not getting anywhere right now, but we certainly agree with you that this is something airports out west beyond the 1,200 miles need to continue working on. Eventually, I think what we made an argument for this year was slot conversions. There are slots that are assigned to business aviation, general aviation at DCA. They're not all being fully utilized. There was quite an analysis done as can we convert some of those to some of these Western airports. So we're working with kind of a coalition that whether it's this FAA reauthorization or any time Congress meets, you can always go after this. But it's really building the business case of we have enough people to warrant it. It is extremely emotional to the people that live around Reagan Airport. The prospect of more flights just brings them out of the woodwork, honestly. And it's, you're up against that when you're way out west and you're trying to make a case for that nonstop. But we won't stop trying, but it is an incredibly steep hill to climb. But I'm with you. Dulles is not convenient. BWI is not hardly feasible in our view when we're all trying to travel for business. So we'll stay on it, and it has been a topic of conversation. I just wanted to speak to that. Our delegation knows, and believe me, at a personal level, they agree with us. It's the politics around us that are, it's a lightning rod. And it is in a city where you would think, how could anything aviation be a lightning rod? Somehow this one is. So I'll stop there, but I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Okay, a couple more quick questions and then we, go a few more questions and then I want to get moving. We've got a lot on the agenda. So let me go with, Mr. J, because I know you go to
Yeah,
that.
quick question, great, again, good presentation, future's very bright. Gotta wear sunglasses, I'm a person who the cup is always half full, but we do have an impending recession coming up. 33% chance of it being next year. How does that impact this whole marketing year efforts? Is it a non-issue? Is it something we think about? Just quick 30 seconds. On
Well,
this.
it's obviously always an issue. Just by saying the word recession, you see a dip in demand. So because of the market, us realizing the market strengths and developing these partnerships, it makes us that much stronger. Yes, there's always a concern. But now we're not just focused on one industry to support the air service. Now we can rely on another group that is generating a lot of traffic. So we're actually in a better position to be able to react to that. And we won't have that steep decline. Like we shouldn't have a steep decline like we have had before. We should stay at the US average or a little bit better. Because again, having the, two lines of business, I'll just call them two lines of business that are supporting us. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Swaga?
No, I'll be brief with my comments. It's not so much questions. I just want to, thank Ms. Chairwoman Bybee and the board and everybody for having this time. I do think this is the time and energy this board should be spending on topics like this. We have about 3 or 4 different silos here that have been fostering and improving over the years. RAS goes back probably 20 years of all our community partners. The RSCVA fund that we were able to get legislatively, that was a heavy lift from prior board members, staff, Mike and Christina and their leadership, the whole airport team and how that's evolved, Darren and, Tina, Natalie, now April, I haven't met, but I look forward to. But I think to see all of this coming together, look at the physical expansion and improvements that are going to be coming to the airport. I mean, it truly is a game changer for the destination. I just think that these are the players that we need to have, which is great. And it's always been, we've had that relationship going. I just don't know if we've really perfected it. We're ready to go now. And I think, if we could be having somewhat of a regular update on these efforts, because even empowering Mike, one of the first agenda items of, hey, up to 500,000, you can be sitting at the table. We can be so much more nimble than so many other communities. And I just, I think we really want to keep this on the front burner, but I appreciate everybody's time. And I know we've taken a lot of time on it, but I think it's a worthwhile discussion we've all had. So thank you.
Mr. Murdoch?
Quick 2 questions. How important is the hub system still? It's important to these airlines, correct? I'm just like Phoenix as a hub, and that's important.
Yes.
that we keep strength in our hubs, right? I mean, because you're not gonna get a lot of nonstops from the East Coast every day. They don't fall out of the sky. You're gonna get one or two and maybe, and you gotta fund them. But the hubs you can always get for free almost, is what I'm trying to say, right? I mean, because
Oh, I hear what you're saying, but yeah, hubs are vitally important. Or where they have crew bases or, where they have other critical mass of aircraft. I think I used this example last night, you know, if you want service to Paducah, Kentucky, you're not gonna get it. But, you know, getting those the nonstop to a non-traditional hub, those are still challenges. And to get more service added to hub, it's still becoming a challenge because of gate space and aircraft. So what we're trying to do is jump over hubs, which airlines typically don't like to overfly their hubs unless you have a really, really strong business case. So to go back, yes, hubs are vitally important, and they'll continue to be so. And that's also the way we build up opportunities to get new nonstop service. So we see Denver to Nashville continue to grow. That could turn into a Reno to Nashville without going abroad.
And my second one, last one is, it's important when, I think Scott put up the deal of the, inbound market and the outbound market. Interesting to me that if you're on the fence on some of these load factors, or you're right there, yeah, it's important, I guess, to make sure that we separate. We've got, the airport doing the in-market because they legally can do that, right? That's legal for them to support. You know what I mean, generally speaking. And then RASC is outbound and the destination, you know, to get the potties here. So I think this is real clear to me that, you know, you gotta have, airports got their money, and then RASC and the RSCVA has, and the rest of our groups, the DMOs, we have our money for the big picture.
I think the one thing I'll just jump in is that the more you can streamline and create efficiencies so that you are duplicating work of adding new creative, that 2 or 3 entities are doing something.
Yeah.
I think that's where you gotta come together as a group and figure out where can you minimize any of the touch points? Because you want the majority of your dollars to go into placement of the advertisements. And so streamline wherever you can. Create those efficiencies, and it's just gonna give you that much more stronger capabilities. And you also gotta look at time and synergies. You wanna make it easy for the consumer. They wanna know who they're doing business with or who they're talking to. You don't wanna have confusion in the marketplace. So the more that you guys can really even streamline from there, I think you're gonna be better set for the long run.
Thank you.
And if I can add, there's this theme that keeps getting in the way, it's called the FAA. And so just to be clear, this would put Darren in an orange jumpsuit also. So he can only do marketing for a specific carrier and a specific route for a certain amount of time after that service starts. So if it's a net new service and it's part of their incentive plan, which they're very, you know, they can
Yeah,
offer.
why, if that's FAA,
That's the FAA rule. It's
that's
called, it's
interesting to
it's
know.
called revenue diversion. So he can't do that. And they call it, if you're outside that 2-year period, it's called it's discriminatory practice.
Yeah, so
Now
you're
he's treating-
favoring one over the other.
Yeah, and that's also the same, in that same guidelines where airports can't do the MRG. So keep in mind the outbound, when you see their ads going and go, why aren't you being more specific?
They can't.
It's because the FAA doesn't let them do stuff. So they can promote Las Vegas, but they have to list every single airline.
Or they say Las Vegas 7 times a day, they have to still list the airline. Is that what they?
You have to call up the airlines.
Okay, yeah, got it.
And you can be creative, like, you know, Nashville service, we have great, easy connections to Nashville. But we can't say a name of a carrier in that.
So that's how you, but you gotta list that just to get the inbound market moving to help the airlines both ways, right? I mean, that's what it is, butts and seats. You're just putting.
Right, well, and you want to do that, but you obviously want to be specific. I mean, if in a real business, I'm sorry, airport is real business, but you would have the ability to actually be able to market to grow the business and not just be generic and say under the FAA rule, so. But it's, last thing, it's ironic, the airport guidelines say airports are supposed to be ran like a business. But then they have all these other rules, just like all other industries, but you can't do this. So just keep in mind about the advertising, the outbound part, and you see that from the airport,
Right.
they have a rule on that too.
Mr. Long?
Yeah, my comment was gonna be, I have started to see the Nashville ads, for the last couple of weeks fed to me. And they are kind of deceptive. It makes it seem like there is nonstop service to Nashville. When I first saw it, I clicked on it and said, how did I not hear about this? But I have started to see those Nashville ads. Is that your group that's putting those out?
If I may.
Yeah.
Natalie Brown, Chief Marketing and Public Affairs Officer for the Airport Authority. Thank you for that feedback. We historically have publicized our nonstop service, and I think what we're seeing is we have conditioned people that when we are advertising to you, that's what you make the connection in your mind. We're revisiting that actually as we speak.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
great, thank you.
Commissioner Pittman?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, I mean, instead of advertising the airline or the service, it's the destination. So I feel like, isn't that where, Christina, your relationships with all these DMOs around in the area and to support the airport with, like, if there's an event in Nashville and we want to get people in Reno to go there, isn't that what we want to advertise as well, like an experience?
I mean, absolutely. We've been working with the airport on connecting with the DMOs as well and trying to get cities like Nashville to partner with our greater group. It's great. They're doing the same data analysis as all of us, and they're crunching their numbers. How many visitors from Reno are going to Nashville versus other cities, and they're balancing their dollars just like we are. So, I mean, we certainly knock on their doors and ask, and hope that they will help support some of those as well.
But if we're trying to do it for us, it's like almost in time for them in some ways, right? Or is that, am I not thinking about it the right way? If we're spending advertising dollars, so Greg's saying that online, and why don't we direct it towards, I kind of thought reading this marketing report that that's what we were doing, was like marketing experiences. So Reno, instead of flight, it's like, people aren't that creative. You gotta tell them why you're to take the flight, right?
Absolutely. We've been saying it's a layer of both. I mean, it's bringing the awareness of, I can get there on a nonstop, or I can get there relatively quickly on a one-stop. That's almost just as important, especially for a city like Nashville, where a lot of people have an idea of what they think Nashville is and what goes on in Nashville and the experience that you can get as a visitor in Nashville. It depends on the market and I guess how well their brand is known. And those are also things we kind of layer in. And then it's, oh my gosh, I can get there on a nonstop. That's incredible. I didn't know that. And the airport can also speak to this, but with the influx of residents moving to the area, a lot of them don't realize how, especially from Bay Area or the Southern California area, where they're used to having nonstops everywhere, then they come here and they don't realize how great our air service is for being in a small destination such as Reno, coming from San Francisco. So bringing that awareness to them and educating them that we do have air service and nonstops in all of these carriers has been part of that process over the past couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. A great presentation.
I'm sorry, one more thing, and I don't know if it's really a question for you. I think to Stephen's point, I think this is really important. I've been on this board 10 years. Thank you, Mike Larragetta.
Yeah.
We have never made air service a priority at this board. Rarely have we even talked about it. This is where I think, you get it, and what drives a market. And I think this is where we need to dial it in again, because we're having a lot of conversations, and I would just say, Madam Chair, if maybe you can facilitate this, but we have a lot of conversations, but we're not having the one about what the priority is of this board and how much of a role we should play on the CDB side, because typically I tend to not know about a lot what's going in air service if I didn't know Rick Murdoch. I mean, like, he drags me to everything, keeps me in the loop. But I think it's really important for this board to be at the table, again, thanks to your leadership. But I would like to see us dial down on what the priorities of this board are, because I think I feel like we're somewhat fragmented on where we're going next. And to Stephen's point, I think this is a really good direction, and the numbers don't lie. And, I think your information was fantastic. And it's kind of the information on the business side that we need to see to drive what we're going to do here. Because otherwise I feel like we're a little all over the place. So something to think about. And I hate to call them strategic plans and what else do we call those? I've been in so many and they're just not helpful and I feel like a waste of time. But some other way to engage the board on what our priorities are gonna be, and I appreciate your leadership on this, because I think air service is super critical.
Well, Madam Mayor, I couldn't agree with you more, and obviously getting people here and then people here able to travel and with the business, and you talked about, we used to be, priority, gaming and tourism. And we've been able to expand our economic base incredibly, more so here in Northern Nevada than even Vegas. And so with all the companies that are here, the Tri-Center within the city of Reno and our region, we've got two prongs here, and we have visitors, we have conventions, we have business. So really the need to get people in and out for that is critical. And I think the priority, absolutely, I agree, should be a priority. And I think we kind of took that first step when we've increased our air service fund. So fiscally, we are acknowledging with increasing that as the first step. And I agree, we need to figure out how we do that and what other steps with the airport that we together can drive the conversation and the success. And you talked about all the partners, and I love this right here. I'm working with April. How do we all do this together? And I think we have taken a big step in the difference of what we've added to our air service fund and will continue to, will only benefit the region, not just us, but the airport and the region and the people who live here and do business here. So I fully agree. Gentlemen, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much. Okay, we're gonna close that item. Moving on to D2. Mr. Largetta, I'm gonna hand it off to you and your department heads for our update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Mike Largetta. Just to echo the comments, thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Squaga, Kurt, Scott, and the team that's leading. Thank you so much for your presentation today. And not to just continue talking about air service, but obviously the intent today was to educate this board about air service development and the things that we're doing. But to the points that have been made by this board, members of this board, is that this is the first time in the 7 years that I've been in this organization that there's truly a collective unified effort to focus on air service development, and all the players that need to be involved, from obviously the airport, the RSCVA, EDON, stakeholders, South Lake Tahoe, RASC, are all at the table. And I think we are truly unified and recognize that there's a common goal. So thank you for those comments. Appreciate it. That being said, we will kick off the executive update. Today, myself, Mr. Ben McDonald, will speak on tourism economics, and then Christina Ernie will speak on marketing. As we've been doing the last few board meetings, we've been recognizing the Spotlight winner, which is our Employee of the Month. So we'll be doing that today. And just to give you a little bit of background about this month's winner, this team member joined the RSCVA in 2021 and has quickly excelled. They started in the rooms tax division, where they were very successful. And this employee was offered and accepted a promotion position in accounting. They have continued to be a rising star and worked their way up to the position of accounting supervisor. They lead process improvements and foster collaboration at the RSCVA. They have a kind, approachable demeanor while also being proficient and knowledgeable. Working with this team member is a pleasure, and we proudly acknowledge their dedication with the March 2024 Spotlight Award. I would also like to read a quote from the team member's supervisor. This team member has a positive attitude and strong work ethic that motivates everyone around them to succeed and contribute to the RSCVA's mission and the finance department's success. We are so grateful that he is part of the team. Courtney Yeager, Vice President of Finance. It's my pleasure to announce the March Spotlight Employee of the Month recipient, Mr. Archie Doodle. He had no clue.
I tricked him into coming in here.
I feel so bad for you. You must be like so embarrassed.
It's all RC, these are.
Wait, Mike, what do they win?
So they need a small compensation of $300, correct? And then they get preferred parking, which everybody gets. preferred parking.
Well, that's good, because at RTC, I think they get a $10 gift card to Subway.
Yeah, and then what we were doing, Madam Mayor.
Which it really, this is a sore subject for me, so I get pretty crazy, but that's why I was asking. Thank goodness you were here instead of there. But anyway.
RC does a great job, and what we will do at the end of the fiscal year, we will recognize all of the spotlight winners for each month. And then we, as a team and a committee, will also select 3 winners that we recognize, Employee of the Year, and then the runner-ups, and there was additional awards and recognition for that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations.
Yeah, that's awesome. I just can't imagine the intimidation I would have. Good for you for coming. I would have been hiding.
Okay, my update is going to be about obviously upcoming relevant items, but also some successes that we've had and projects that have been completed recently. So I know this is breaking news, but starting this Saturday, the USBC Women's Championship will be back in Reno. I, in addition to other members of our RSCVA, was recently in Las Vegas. We went down to the convention and met with their executive team. They will be coming here this weekend. The opening ceremonies kicks off this Saturday. The USBC Women's Congress will take place from April 27th through June 30th. Over 14,800 bowlers will be in Reno, producing 34,000 room nights, represented by 3,700 teams with an economic impact over $26.3 million. So obviously, very excited about the bowlers being back in Reno, creating compression and impact for the entire community. A little bit about events that we had. So you guys have heard in the past, we have made an effort to drive more facility activation at all our facilities. And one of those is obviously the National Bowling Stadium. And so beginning in last November and running through March, we held public bowling days, partnered with 5 different local entities and charities. We themed the different days. The first one was in November with the Eddie Bowl, the Holiday Bowl in December, the Art Bowl in January, Boxers and Buddies in February, and then we concluded with Basketball in March to coincide with March Madness. We had over 450 bowlers participate, and we contributed just under $9,000 in proceeds to the charities. It's been a big hit. We saw definitely an increase in every single event that we had as the months moved forward. Once USBC is completed with the Women's Open Championship in July, we will look at bringing back the public bowling days, either starting in July or August. As you know, we have hired a new operations manager at the National Bowling Stadium, Mr. Chad Peters. He's got so many ideas. We have to tell him to slow down and pull back because he is very creative and very anxious to do some amazing things at the bowling stadium for the future. I wanted to show the board the final production of our concession areas at the Reno Sparks Convention Center. We opened this just before NCVA. It was a huge hit. I know that Aramark is presenting today. I don't know if I didn't ask Andrew to provide numbers, but just in a conversation we had, sales in over the NCVA this past 3 weekends versus prior year in these areas was up significantly. So I think we have demonstrated that having a more approachable, a more ease of use product and more product available has been a huge success, and it looks great. As when I was going through the interview process as a candidate for CEO, one of the things that I committed to the stakeholders was that we needed to be more transparent and improve our communication as it relates to business that is coming into the market. And so we have launched this page on our website. And basically what this is information on incoming groups that the RSCVA has been involved in from a sourcing and contracting standpoint with all of our different stakeholders throughout the community. We're very somewhat discreet in terms of the information we provide. We know a lot of that is proprietary, but within this page, you will see arrival departure pattern. You'll see number of attendees. You'll see what segment the group represents in terms of whether it's sports or whether it is association or corporate. We list the hotel that they are primarily staying at or they're housed at, and then the venue. This information will be updated once a week, and it will only be provided in terms of the information if they are within 30 days of arrival. So once the group is consumed, they will come off this list. And then we are going through the process right now of communicating this information and where it's at, so that a lot of local businesses have the ability to see this information. We know that the impact that groups have in terms of our retail restaurant, whether it's a brewery or whether it's a retail outlet, is significant. And this information may literally impact their hours of operation, their staffing, the days that they're open and closed. So we just launched this, and we assume that this will be well received and a great success.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, Mike. So I think this is phenomenal. Putting it on the website perhaps is buried a little. I was thinking, Ben, the work we do at the chamber, and the information we get out to all the businesses is there's got to be some sort of fusion and integration of what's coming. I mean, I know that this amazing email that goes out to those that subscribe about what's coming to Reno, we have all that, all the events, all the information, phenomenal. But maybe we could talk to Ann and figure out a way to incorporate all these events that are coming, getting out to our businesses so that they can prepare and adjust and reflect. Hey, all these female bowlers are coming to Reno. How do we adjust some of our marketing tactics? So make that connection somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. That, for the record, yeah. So this will actually appear in our weekly newsletter for the first time today. We're just kind of launching the product right now. And so we can definitely talk to the chamber and see how they want to incorporate that, definitely on our radar.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And then my last slide today is just an update and good timing in terms of obviously having the air service development air service development update from Kirk and Scott today. 2 weeks ago, myself, Darren Griffin from the airport, Taylor Adams from Edon, Carol Chaplin from South Lake, and also the chair of RASC and Reno Tahoe Airport Authority board, went to Atlanta and met with several Delta executives as a headquarter visit. And again, just to reiterate, first time in the 7 years that I've been with this organization where you had the CEOs and presidents of those three organizations going together with a common message from the airport standpoint, tourism, and obviously economic development. So it was very well received. Having participated in different headquarter visits with airlines in the past, you know very quickly whether they are engaged or not. And these gentlemen that represented Delta were very engaged and a lot of very in-depth questions about the market and development and what we're doing. So we plan on continuing those efforts. In addition to the headquarter visit, we did an event that evening. If anyone has ever been to Delta Airlines campus, and it is a campus, they have a museum that is a 747 jet that was obviously once in service that they have converted into event space. We did find out that we are one of the first destinations that has ever used this space. We had over 100 attendees. That was a makeup of travel writers, representatives from the meetings, convention industry, tourism leaders, Delta Vacations, and the individuals that were representing Delta Airlines at the headquarter visit also attended the event. And we took several members of our staff, including Christina and Ben, Art Jimenez, the events team down, and it was a tremendous success. So kudos to the team and the operations team for not only identifying the location, but putting on an excellent event. Thank you.
I love the airplane. I love the 747. They open, it's all open, you were saying, so you could see the inside and on the wing and
so what
cool
they
experience.
What they have done, and thank you, Madam Chair, for that comment, based on our conversation we had. They literally, you were in the bulkhead of the aircraft where the event itself is taking place, and that's the bottom picture, bottom right picture. And as you can see from the ceiling, they basically have pulled back all the panels, so you can see all of the hydraulics and air conditioning and heating and everything that is, which is kind of scary when you think about what goes into an airplane. And then a part of the floor level was actually exposed where you could see the underneath carriage where all the obviously luggage is stored. The wing was almost like an observation deck where you could walk out and overlook when for many of us that have flown numerous times, when you're sitting on the wing, you always look out and you see those words, "Do not step on wing," or whatever it said, right? And we're literally out standing on a wing, so it was kind of bizarre. But anyway, it's a great event. So thank you for everybody for your participation.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Largetta. For the record, Ben McDonald, I'm the Senior Director of Communications and Public Affairs. So tourism and economics, we've been working really closely with a number of our internal departments as well as a team of folks. We have about 5 people on our tourism economics team to bring all of our data as well as national data and give us a better picture of how we're performing on a national level and individually how things are going for us here in market. So we're gonna incorporate these summaries. This is a fiscal year to date through February. So in your board packets, you may not get an update like this every month, but you will get this in your packet at some level. And we're definitely hoping for feedback. So these are gonna be overviews, but we can definitely dig down and be more specific. We don't even have to do that on a monthly basis. As a board, if you have questions on how something is performing, origination markets, spend data that we can get, we can dig into that for you, however you want, as far as what the capabilities of this program is, as often as you'd like to see it. So definitely open to feedback on there. On the tourism market indicators, some of the primary metrics here are data that we're feeding into this. I'm not gonna go line by line into every piece of information. I will say that airport throughput, just to clarify, is not gonna line up exactly with the airports. This is throughput through the TSA. So if you're looking at airport numbers, those are generally gonna be double or maybe a little bit more than double of what these numbers here are showing. This is just travelers and some employees also originating in market through that TSA check-in. Some other interesting data here that I think on top of the data that we're feeding into these
Hey, Ben,
metrics. Yes.
can I stop you one second?
Absolutely.
Mayor said, Mr. East has a question.
Yes.
Mr. East?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, it was for Mr. Largetta. I wanted to ask about when we were on the women's bowling, the forecast for the women's bowling championship this year. Can we compare that to 2021, the last time that we had this group in terms of number of bowlers and number of teams? Do we get a sense for whether it's higher than or lower than that?
Yeah, Mr. East, Michael, I got it for the record. Yes, thank you. And I did send that email request to Mr. Douglas this morning, and I didn't give much of a timeline to get back to me, but we will definitely pull that information from last time the women's championship was here, so we can provide the board a comparison of the forecasted numbers for this year's tournament.
Great, thank you.
My apologies. Mr. Douglas just informed me that he emailed it to me, so I apologize. I will send that to you, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Okay, so a couple things that we aren't normally receiving in the past that I think is really important is how we support jobs and job growth in the community. And right now, the tourism segment is averaging supporting about 38,000 jobs throughout the northern Nevada. So I think that's really nice to see. There's also some additional credit card data that we can dig into that's coming from TransUnion. It's not every transaction, but we can dig down and see what segments where people are spending and how much they're spending at about a 40% clip of credit card spend throughout the destination. Lodging performance, you're gonna see some gray here because there's so much data that we are pumping into this, and we're working very closely with Ms. Jager's team and Robert Douglas specifically because it's garbage in, garbage out. We wanna make sure we have a clear picture. So by next month, those shaded areas related to ADR and RevPAR are gonna be filled in. So we'll have a clearer picture of that. But this is gonna show us over time a clear picture of what's going on, how many room nights are available throughout the destination, what revenues look like, and really give us a good timeline to see how we're performing. On domestic visitors slide here, a lot of this is origination data, giving us a better idea where people are coming from. Obviously, we want to manage our spend. Obviously, this is going to help us when we're looking at target markets for air service and make sure that we're meeting the demand. This is from a company called Near Data that tracks a lot of cell phones, a lot of data points that you'll get on cell phone data and origination track in the 5 to 7% range. And this has been giving us more than 35 to 40% of a data sample. This particular slide covers the fiscal year through February also, with a sample size of about 540,000 cell phones that have been tracked coming through and spending time in this area. I do want to call out, you see the Reno market there. That is basically the Reno DMA that incorporates a lot of the outlying areas. So people that are traveling here for shopping and things like that. We don't put too much context into that number, but it is reported on this segment. As you can see, Sacramento, Stockton, Bay Area, obviously driving a lot of traffic, but this also shows us a few other things that we can focus in on for marketing efforts and better understanding our customer as far as demographic information, income, age. You can see, the data is a little concerning, suggesting that we have some work to do on attracting more diverse audiences, and that's definitely been a priority for us for some time now as well. Some of the information that gets reported is through U.S. Travel Association, National Leader in Travel Research. This is not specific to Reno Tahoe, but can definitely give us some insight onto how our destination is performing against the rest of the country. Definitely see some shifts in the national marketplace, spending still up slightly, air service going strong, and demand is definitely shifting year over year. And this is a monthly number. This is a little different than the local numbers that we were seeing, our fiscal year to date. This is for February year over year. U.S. economic conditions, this just digs into a little bit more detail on consumer spending, sentiment, touches on inflation. I think the travel by price index there shows some interesting data on how people are spending less on lodging and transportation in February over last February, but spending more on dining and activities. And then the U.S. hotel, I won't go and spend too much time on these. If you guys have questions, please let me know. U.S. hotel forecast. The bottom graph here indexes at 100 for 2019. So those numbers following that 2019 number are based on an index from 2019, shows how we've been performing on a national level, just the hotel market since the the turn down, obviously. I think the national data that we get from U.S. travel is important. It definitely is limited on what we can search and how we can dig into it. Again, the local information that we're generating, that we're feeding and getting back from tourism economics, we can adjust some of the ways that we look at spend. We're also looking into our CRM to try to get some insight on how we're performing at our facilities, and then also events. We should have a report back hopefully by next month covering NCVA.
We leave the door will be open.
We're also working on tracking United States Bowling Congress, obviously. So really trying to use this platform, get the most out of it. Like I said, we have a 5-person team from tourism economics. There's a ton of information that goes into this from our side, and we're definitely unique as we are in air service, as we are as a DMO, as far as the information that we collect and track and output. So it's definitely been a good learning experience, not just for us, but internally, but for the tourism economics team as well. They've responded greatly, and I think this is going to be a really good partnership. And again, any questions you all have, please let us know. It doesn't have to be on a monthly basis. We can dig in and get that information for you.
Madam Chair, if I could, Mike Bargetta, for the record, Ben, thank you for the update. And I want to thank Commissioner Hill for putting this request in front of us 3-4 months ago in regards to hiring an economist. So I think we hired economists on steroids. So there's obviously a significant amount of information that can be gathered here. And we really look for the board to provide us your feedback. And we mentioned this in some of the pre-boards. If there are reports or data that you would like us to reach out to them and see if we have the ability to report on that, we encourage you to do that, please, because this is kind of like an unknown territory for us as well. And we know that they provide a significant amount of data and have the ability to do that. We just need to find out if they can do that for us as Reno Tahoe.
Mr. Swaggart?
Thank you. And actually to that point, Mike, that was great. I appreciate it. And I think this is gonna be kind of a learning process, right? Is all this information is coming through. I know you added the US travel piece. I don't think that was through
Tourism economics.
Tourism economics. And I don't know long-term if we're staying with US travel. If we're not though, does tourism economics have something similar with their peer set? Again, where they're not identifying a specific destination, but how we're comparing?
Yeah, so it is, it is all through the dashboard on tourism economics. Their Symphony platform, brings in data from Oxford Economics, TransUnion, our information, obviously. MMGY has some forecasting research. I found the US travel information a little bit more helpful and complete. So that's what we pulled for this specific, report.
I think the simple answer to Mr. Scott is yes, we are going to request national data from tourism economics, and then we have to review it to ensure that it's in line with what we have been getting from US travel in the past.
Mr. Travis,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, team, for this. I mean, I think it's really valuable. And then it's also creating so many questions about more data to help us inform decision-making. One of the things that I've been looking at, and I'd love to know in terms of regional value on price. We know that price across the nation is just blowing up. Everything's becoming more expensive. So people are looking for those deals, the locations that they can go. Do we have the ability to search on a comparative level of other destinations that are outdoors, gaming, business friendly, and then looking at our hotel prices, our show prices, our restaurant prices, golf prices? I mean, can we distill it into that level, and have some sort of comparable? I mean, Vegas, what are their prices looking like? And I know that many of the hotels have, systems that operate both places, but then what about other competing markets, that have similar offerings? So I'd be interested to know, I mean, are we pricing ourselves out of the market? Are we not the deal? If we are the deal, are we advertising that we're the deal? So.
Again, Mike Clarigetter for the record. Great questions. I don't know if we have all the answers today. I can say, coming from the gaming side of the business, that no one looks at pricing and forecasting and revenue management and yield better than our hotel casino partners. So the assumption is that they're looking at that, right, in terms of how we compare versus other markets, specifically gaming markets. I don't know if tourism economics does both forecasting and consumption, but we will ask those questions to see if we can do a comparison. I know that we do have the ability to identify certain markets to compare us to, almost like a competitive set. So we can do that as well.
Just to add on to that, we do conduct a visitor profile study every year, and I'm actually hoping to bring back future partners who conducts that profile study at our meeting next month here in May. And some of the questions that we ask our visitors are, do you perceive us as good value? And some of those pricing questions and what their response is, are they getting what they think they should be getting based on what they're paying? And so we take that into consideration of, are we providing enough value to our customers? And we'll be reporting on that next month.
And if I may too on that, I know that through the TransUnion data, that's all credit card spend, it's not a full sample size. All this data is directional. I don't think we can compare, they're not gonna give us the information for each specific potential competing destination, but I'm sure we can look at something on a whole, as far as similar sized markets and things like that they can give us and say, here's where they're performing, here's where you're performing. But again, that's all credit card spend. So it is direct data. It's not a full picture of what's going on there, but it'll give us an idea.
So, and it's, I guess, more of a statement of information for all of us, because I don't know the answer to it, but it definitely interests me. I mean, you think about travel and vacation locations that you go to, Hawaii, Mexico, and you look at destinations, you're not necessarily looking for the cheapest place, but the value, right? Like, I get all of this for this value, and that decision might make the difference between Cancun and Cozumel, right? How can we embrace sort of that, if there is value there? I mean, I'm making an assumption that we potentially can enter the value game, but a lot of our hotels are going to dictate what that looks like for us. So thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this to us. I know this is a lot of work for y'all, so thank you for doing it. And I can't wait to familiarize myself as we get these reports more often and kind of understand them in a deeper way. And I really wanted this so we could tell our constituents the value of tourism, the value of the RSCVA, you know, how we are making this community, you know, investing in this community and how we're making it strong. But also, now I'm looking at this as also an opportunity for us to even see where we are as compared to other destinations and kind of see how we can attract different kinds of visitors, which is really cool. And I'm wondering, and I hate bringing up this word, but since Richard, Jay brought it up, the idea of a recession, when talking to tourism economics, have you brought up that of like, where are there indicators we need to be watching or following specifically on some of these things?
Yeah, I've not had that specific conversation, but I think the trends are showing that there may be some cooling, but also that.
But they're up. There's so many up trends,
I think
right?
interest in travel is
Uh-huh.
definitely up,
Okay.
but it seems like a little bit of the spend data is trending lower.
Okay, thank you.
Christina.
All right, if there are more questions, go ahead
Christina.
and mark it. Oh, sorry, Mr. Murrah.
I think, I just like to make a comment. I think it's very important that you guys, and you're doing this and you're looking at the taxes. Who pays? There's a great article that was out about what the hotel industry does for the room tax base in the state of Nevada. And I think that somehow, Mike, you ought to incorporate that because the hoteliers and the big dynamics with gaming, hotelier, you know, what do you call it, occupancy?
Yeah.
How important that really is and how important it is to these communities that want money to be spent. How important it is that who's driving the revenue. And I think everybody needs to really make sure we send that message because the locals, you want to say things, but you realize that there's room taxes and things that are coming in to support the local market in a big way to help tourism grow. So hopefully that's somehow incorporated in there about what we're doing. I mean, we know it. We see it on the financial, but if you're doing this, tie it all together.
Yeah, again, and again, my third for the record is, as Commissioner Hill, this is a learning process for all of us, right? We are going to fine tune this, but it doesn't restrict us from pivoting and looking at other data and other reports as well. That's the beautiful thing about this dashboard is that it's customized to our needs and wants as a destination and what data we want to pull from that. So thank you for that.
Thank you. A lot of data happening today, but similar to what we've done with tourism economics, I would like to incorporate into our monthly updates to the board some top level slides on some of our marketing efforts in a similar format that is easy to read, digestible, quick numbers. And I'll go through it in more detail today, but I just like the tourism economics data moving forward, I might not go through every single number as we all become more familiar with these one-page slides. So today I'm going to share a slide on our paid leisure media, our MNC meetings and conventions paid media, and our PR efforts. This will all be on a monthly basis. So these numbers pictured here are just for March of 2024. And this is really to just give the board a snapshot as to our ongoing paid marketing efforts that sometimes with so much going on, I feel like it might get lost in the mix sometimes. So just to bring some awareness to it, in the month of March, we had 139 million views. Those are impressions across all of our ads. 31,000 hours spent watching videos or on our website on travel and event pages. 116,000 people, though, I went to some of our key travel landing pages, things to do, plan your trip, or places to stay. And then 18,000 people we consider in the trip planning category. These are people who are reaching some of our conversion. And so they are either signing up for our newsletter, they're requesting a visitor planner, or they are going off to one of our partner sites, such as our hotel websites directly from our website. So 18,000 in March of 2024. we had 355 ads in market that got 4.9 million interactions. Those are all the clicks, the comments, the views across the board. I have spend allocations where we spent most of our money within the paid advertising space. Social, search, programmatic is your digital ads, from YouTube videos to banner ads to native ads that are embedded within articles. That's all encompassed in that section. And those are also the retargeting ads as well. And then I also just wanted to monthly kind of show a heat map as to where these ads are most being seen throughout the country. So that is on the right. So I'll be providing this monthly. And again, similar to tourism economics, if there are numbers that, as you're thinking about this, that you would like to see, that you don't care about seeing, just provide me with that feedback and I'm happy to make some adjustments to these pages. But I'm working with BVK and we kind of collectively came up with, these are some important numbers to share with the board.
Christine, can I, real quick question? So Christine, will we have this each month?
Yes.
But consistent, these will be the metrics that we're looking at?
That's the intention, unless I get direction to change one of the metrics.
Right.
I'm planning on updating this monthly and including it within the board packet. I may not go into as much detail as I did today, if someone has questions though, and then kind of just highlighting some key variances or some key callouts moving forward.
And then on the geographic map,
Yeah.
I'm assuming are the shaded, so the deeper ones are the more views?
Yes,
Okay.
correct. So the blue ones, we're gonna make some adjustments to this map because I don't think it reads really well on this screen here, just with that white background, to make the colors a little more dynamic. I mean, obviously you can see Texas and California, but just to make that contrast a little greater, I'm gonna look at, I don't know if it's different colors and maybe rainbow it, so it's just a little more prominent, because I think it might be difficult to read. The dark gray are actually the least amount of ads seen, even though that dark gray stands out a little bit more than some of that lighter gray, like on Arizona, the darker gray are actually less, if it makes sense. So
Okay.
we're gonna
Thank
get
you.
you some tweaks. Mr. Everson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christina, so can you tell me a little bit more about the ads that we're placing? So, I mean, I love the upside down pyramid. These individuals are we doing consumer fed? Like, someone searches for trip to the mountains and then all of a sudden our algorithm just kills them with our videos and all of that. Like, we are absolutely hounding them based on their algorithm.
Correct.
Are we doing any shotgun, just general placement?
We have a funnel approach similar to this, where we have an awareness bucket where we are identifying individuals. It's a bigger, broader bucket of people, and we call that our awareness buy. They still are people who tend to travel. We're not just sending ads to anyone, but it is a much broader bucket, and there's specific creative that is then sent to those individuals. And then as you move through that process, then there's an engagement where we get a little more dialed in, as this person is interested in mountain biking, and we've identified that as one of our key activities that we really want to target on for the summer or spring. And so we'll get into that segment specifically, and we layer in household income, we layer in age, demographics, spending habits. I mean, it gets cell phone tracking data, retargeting, have they come here before? It's
That's fantastic.
pretty invasive.
No, I love that. And I think the more invasive, the better, right? Because we will get them and capture their attention and bring them here. I guess what I'm interested in is how much of that, that data are folks that somehow came because they saw a banner ad and saw beautiful Lake Tahoe or City of Reno, saw Reno Tahoe's logo, clicked on it, like, and then how much did that then funnel towards some sort of action?
Yep.
Versus those individuals that are into boats and mountain biking and, have that algorithm that we know to target them. And I'm only asking because, I mean, if that is working better, and we could pump that up, obviously our agencies delve into that, but Because I think I'd like to know what kind of decisions are being made in terms of shotgun versus the targeted approach on reach.
Absolutely. So just all of these numbers are only our paid efforts. So when we're tracking the 18,000 who downloaded a visitor planner, those are 18,000 people who engaged with one of our ads previously and moved through that funnel. This isn't just overall visitor planner downloads on our website where someone might just stumble upon our website. These numbers specifically are from our paid advertising efforts.
Okay.
We do have vendors where we can track, did they engage with an ad and then did that cell phone come here to Reno Tahoe from that same device? And so we look at that too, and where did they come from? What did they engage with? Now, we all know it may not be one specific ad that makes our decision to go on a trip somewhere. It's a lot of touch points, right? So we don't take that with its utmost truth of, oh, they saw this ad and that was the reason they came here, but it's certainly an indicator that this was perhaps engaging and resulted in a visitor coming to this destination.
That's great. I think that's the results level.
Yeah.
You're looking at the 139 million?
Yeah.
So those are impressions?
Those are impressions.
Multiple devices. I guess that's my question. How much of those impressions are algorithm driven versus, just general placement?
Yeah.
And are all of them algorithm driven?
They are all algorithm driven in one way or another, but it's not all as targeted as some. So I can certainly come up with that breakdown. We have it of how much of our impressions are in the awareness bucket versus farther down that funnel.
Okay.
And I can share that with you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Sure. Just a quick highlight on some of the ads that we had running this spring. The ad on the left, we've been engaging on social more stop motion ads, more cinemagraphs, and the one on the left, our social ads were up 79% year over year for click-through rates. So we're seeing some value coming out of getting more, expanding beyond just images and videos and coming up with some of those marketing trends throughout the region or throughout the country. Here are some of the billboards. So to your point, Mr. Ablasar, where we are running billboards this spring, and these ones are more of that high funnel placement. However, even with that being said, we looked at our geolocation cell phone data. Where are they coming? What neighborhoods are people coming from within LA, San Francisco, Las Vegas? And then even looking at MRI data, market responsiveness index data, how closely do those individuals who drive past these boards within these neighborhoods align with our target audience? And then even what activities are they engaged in? Are they determined on neighborhood and city? What are they more inclined to? I mean, we have graphs and numbers with, do they interact with retail? Do they interact with dining activities? And so they are all very strategically placed. However, to your point, I consider this the highest part of the funnel of it being more awareness, even though we're taking data points into consideration.
Those are great ads, by the way.
Thank you. One of the things that we did in March also was we held 6 content creators in market. Morgan is a very talented videographer. He produced this video just yesterday. I saw he launched a Lamborghini ad for Lamborghini and also Monster Energy ad. He is one of the best when it comes to content creation. And we've worked with him for many years before he really got his start. And so he continues to have a place in his heart for the Reno Tahoe destination. And so we get him for a really good price, which I'm very thankful of. Because he certainly can get more out of his luxury partners. But he came here with 6 of his friends, and I just wanted to say that while they were in market, they came here for one weekend, and you'll see throughout this video, but they went to Pangolin Junkie, Reno Public Market, Hangline Tahoe, Diamond Peak, The Shore, Base Camp at Whitney Peak, Sparks Water Bar, Virginia City, Magique, Disco Tubing at Palisades, and they were all hosted at Peppermill. And did gaming, nightlife, and the steakhouse. So all in one weekend to really squeeze out what the diversity of activities you can do here.
I'm a mover, I'm a shaker, baby, get a load of me.
No limits.
No limits.
Where are we playing that?
It's on social, it's on all of their, all the creators' social pages, and then on our own social, and then we will boost it. And then we actually, when we work with these content creators, we work in full rights to all of their footage. And we also got probably 50 really high-level photographs, and we get unlimited rights for all this. So I'll be able to leverage all of this in our ads moving forward on any of our platforms and paid throughout the country.
How long is it? How long is that spot?
I think it's 2 minutes, I want to say.
Yeah.
I'd have to
Okay.
relook at it, but yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's great.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited to use this content for next winter. I mean, you have to shoot it now to get it for next year, but we're even running it now and it's already getting great engagement. But really to have these assets for next winter will be really great. And we can do some cut downs with it as well. To your point, can't always run a 2-minute video.
Yeah. That's why I was like, oh, but you know.
This is the full, just to give everyone the breadth of what they captured here, and then we can probably do a series throughout next winter, and relive this.
No, it's really good, Christina. I like it.
Also in March, the team was busy. We partnered with Outside Magazine as part of our No Limits campaign. We're weaving it into all of our partners, and with Outside, we leverage this concept of becoming the limitless testing grounds. And the idea is that you can push gear to its limits throughout this destination, whether it's running shoes, climbing gear, and with Outside, we hosted their ski and snowboard testing gear. This is gonna be for their 2025 season gear. So we had over 30 brands, your top ski and snowboard brands, who came here to the destination. And they took over at Mount Rose and Diamond Peak. And the week could not have been more perfect. It was the week that we got our 7-foot snowstorm. And so the first day they tested powder skis, the next day they tested all mountain as the snow kind of settled in, and then they were able to move on to their groomer skis. And they had the most incredible time. The J Resort hosted them here in Reno, and they were here midweek, Monday through Thursday was when they had their event. They had opening parties, closing parties, and just to expose this highly influential group of individuals at each of these ski brands and really show them how Reno Tahoe is a base camp for these activities and how you can test gear here, push that gear to its limits. I thought was such a great opportunity. And so we will be the host destination for their 2025 ski guide, which will come out in August. However, while they were here in March, they did also capture content on their social media, just while they were here, pushing it out. Outside Magazine, if you guys don't know, it's not Outside Magazine anymore. It's just called Outside. It's a brand. They are the world's leading lifestyle and outdoor adventure content publication, I would say. They own most of your major publications, such as Backpackers, such as Ski, such as Yoga. I mean, they own all of these entities, so it's Outside, and then they can push it through all of their avenues. And so we had Ski here, and so all of this, and then the snowboard magazines. And so this goes across all of their publications. And so we were really excited that they hosted this here. This was the first time that they partnered with a destination and not a ski resort directly. So that was really big for us. We've been working with them on media buys for a number of years now, and we just had that conversation of, why don't you guys have it in Reno and make it a week-long activation instead of siloing yourselves at just a resort? And they loved that idea, and they came here and they had the best time, and we're hoping to keep this in years to come and not just a one-off, and that they come back to Reno every year hosting their ski and snowboard tests. MNC, I won't go through this in as much detail, but just so everyone has awareness on the ads that we are also running for the meetings and conventions market. 36 ads currently running. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have some of the publications and platforms that we are running those ads on. Within the meetings and conventions world, something new that we have just recently launched is we're calling it the Insider's Advantage. And This is a discount guide to partnering businesses throughout the area. It's digital. We are making, these businesses sign up for a 1 year at a time, commitment that they must acknowledge their promotions, and groups like the USBC, Shriners, and volleyball have already taken advantage and are excited about this promotion to extend it to their attendees. Media coverage, just real quick for March, we got 7 stories placed, 172 year to date. I have again the potential media reach. The Thrillist article, I broke it down, what we got for Thrillist, and then for Smart Meetings, those are the publications in which these articles ran. And just a couple of the titles of the articles, the Smart Meetings one was Meet with a Breath of Fresh Air, the biggest little city is better than ever. And then the Thrillist article was The World's Biggest Little City Goes Big on Art. And so I think that those really, we're really focusing on one for Smart Meetings, changing perception on the C-suite. And so breath of fresh air, it may not be what you think it is. And then for Thrillist, that arts and culture, obviously very important to us in expanding our arts and culture footprints within our potential visitors. Speaking of arts and culture, if you have not seen it yet, we have a new mural at the Reno Sparks Convention Center. This mural came up as part of we did public bowling days with the Sierra Arts Foundation back in February. And one of the ideas that we had with them was to run a contest with their artists. 20 artists were identified. We worked with Sierra Arts Foundation, narrowed it down to 3. And then this was the winner, Jesse J. Mel, and this is his finished piece that is 30 feet by 28 feet within our convention center. It is massive. It is beautiful. And I've already seen some of the volleyball players interacting with it across the street, which is just what we wanted to bring some life into our convention center.
Amen.
And the goal, if I can add to that, the goal is to continue this
Yes.
process and to have 6 or 7 different murals
Yeah, thank
throughout
you.
the convention center.
Yep, and all of our facilities. So our note back to the artists that weren't selected were, thank you so much, and that we hope to use you at one of our other venues. And this is not just a one and done commitment.
So much better than white walls.
Needs some
right?
help.
1000%. We held a press conference a couple weeks ago, and so we have a short clip here from the press conference that.
Well, Sierra Arts Foundation is 51 plus years, more than 50 years, in the business of making sure that artists are recognized within our community. Bringing murals to a business brings economy to that business. It brings sense of ownership from the community to that business.
In about 2018, I started painting murals on a large scale. It's always a special treat to be able to paint one right at home base where my roots are. It's always a special experience to have. The Cub kind of just came naturally when I was trying to think of ways to bring in a story to the art. And I'm glad I did, because I think it's really cute, and I think it really makes some people's hearts melt a little bit.
As a parent, my child learns better if there's an arts educator in their school. My child is more respectful of their neighborhood if they see public art. Art creates our community.
And I believe it's very representational to the area for those who come and visit it. And it also speaks on a universal level. You know, it can be interpreted in many languages, and there's a lot of diversity that comes through this building. So it was important in the design process that I honored that.
So we did get great local media coverage. Thank you, Ben, and your team, and today.
Love it. So good.
Sweet, good, Mike?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Moving on, I hate to stop because we're running long. Is everybody okay? We just keep moving?
Yeah, we need to keep moving.
Okay. That's
I gotta jump out of here, so we gotta go.
Okay.
It's giving me anxiety.
Okay,
We'll be honest with you.
so we're doing
This has been
E2,
painful.
E2 update for the budget, fiscal year 24-25. Courtney is gonna present a 30,000, since we're on an airline, plus 30,000 feet view of where we stand right now for the budget. We'll be looking at it more in depth at finance committee and then when we approve the budget, but we did have this request to get a high level view to see where we're tracking. So Courtney.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a few presentations we'll do today as part of this agenda item. I'm going to start with Aramark's presentation regarding the preliminary food and beverage budget.
My name is Andrew Waddle. I'm the district manager with Aramark. I oversee the 4 properties up in Reno, and I've been here since the transition, which since we took on in 22. I'm just going to talk really quick about, I'd like to come back and present what we've done for our food and beverage activations. You saw a little bit from the presentation today, that we've made transformations at the convention center, encasing the best in class in Reno and showcasing Hub Coffee being one of them as a local subcontractor. That's helped us with a local roasted bean to promote Reno, and I think it brings a lot of value,
Yeah, I love it.
especially with people coming
Good
in.
job.
And you can taste Reno now, you know, but at the same time, we're flexing into other locations, and I would love to show you what we've done at the LEC Livestock. We've transformed that place. The convention center is almost done. So we've had great value and feedback where we're trying to keep the people within the walls of the convention center, especially during peak periods. Before, I think it was lacking a little bit. So now we're bringing vibrant energy with good food concepts, great beverage activations, and improved the last 2 weekends that we just did a soft launch with 2 of the locations, and we almost doubled revenue. So showcasing the need is there, the people are willing to stay, and it's our best practice that we show hospitality within these locations. So then I'm gonna pass it off to Scott Kriebel. He's our regional finance director. He's just gonna walk through our budget for 24-25.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate the time that the board has given Aramark. As Andrew said, I'm Scott Kriebel. I'm the Regional Finance Director for Aramark's West Region of Sports Entertainment Business. And I do also appreciate Courtney's comment that this budget is preliminary. Our approach to budgeting in general is very iterative. And so we provide, basically a draft, and there's obviously communication back and forth between Aramark and the convention center in terms of tightening that up. As you gather more information in terms of the events that will be happening of course of the year, we obviously will influence the budget accordingly. But I do want to kind of show you where we've landed currently for the for the fiscal 24-25 year. We generally take a very cautious and kind of conservative approach, and so our revenue is about equal to where we expect to land this year. Not necessarily per building, but in total. You'll see that the convention center along with the event center together in total revenue is about equal to where we are currently. We do anticipate seeing a greater percentage of retail events come through this next year, which will actually put some downward pressure on profitability when it comes to gross margin and profit generation. Retail events generally more labor heavy. Usually the pricing isn't a little bit more consumer friendly than it is from a catering business, and that's obviously driving profitability down a little bit at those locations. And then we are shifting a little bit over in the livestock event center, where we're trying to drive a little more profitability out of that location by subcontracting more of our concession sales, which will reduce the amount of labor that's required for those events there, but will increase the profitability for that location.
Mr. Travis.
Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
But I probably should know this, I don't. I'm looking at the chart. When you say profit, I don't know a relationship from a contract perspective with Aramark. Is that profit for RSCVA or is that profit for Aramark?
It's profit for the RSCVA.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Aramark just takes a management fee and it's a small percentage of the profit once the year is complete, but this is the portion that would go to the RSCVA.
Great question.
Great question, yeah. The National Bowling Stadium obviously is we're seeing significant growth over this current year when, for the most part, it was fairly dark. But obviously it is a little bit lower compared to last year when we had men's tournament. But we do anticipate being able to squeeze out about a $70,000 profit out of the activity during this next year. So in general, we anticipate about $4.6 million in total food and beverage revenue for the business, and then about $992,000 in profit for CVA. Anyone have any questions?
It's awesome to see profit positive on that from last column. Even some more than others, and obviously with the bowling, with the women here now, those will, and then when we do other things as we activate bowling stadium more, but in livestock and stuff, but great work. I love seeing all those positive numbers. Any other comments, Mr. Squaggin?
And this may be more of a Courtney question, but this is a great snapshot for the group. Are we able to get more granular down to, does a livestock event center customer more profitable than a convention center customer, where we can really get a little more broken down?
Absolutely. Airmark should be able to provide that information in May when they present their final budget. So I think that would be great information to include.
One other question. Going back to your subcontracting at the livestock event center, how does that's all allowed, I'm assuming, under our contract with Airmark?
We showcase also local food trucks at the convention center as well, so we bring diversity to the locations based on the genre that's at each of these locations. So some subcontractors are through contractor agreements that have insurances and all those types of things as well. So we vet them, we let the RSCVA help look at it and try, and then we work collectively on that. We do that throughout other facilities as well, through America. It really showcases that we can bring in, whether it's best-in-class barbecue or Reno, or it's a local cookie company, things like that, you know.
Thank you.
Sure.
I attended the volleyball 2 weeks ago. It was nice to see that we had those food trucks out there because it's a lot of volume in that place. I'm sure that helps. So you just get a piece of their action. Is that how it works? Or
Correct. We do a profit split.
they sign up? Yeah. It was nice to see because I've been doing that for a lot of years. And this time going and seeing that was refreshing because people, they need to find spots to get the outlets to get the.
Yeah, if you're there a couple days, and the variety also helps everybody stay.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edelstein.
Yeah, to follow up with Mr. Murdoch's comments, my daughter played in volleyball this weekend as well. It was a lot of fun, great. I had two experiences, different, and so I felt like this is a good opportunity to share that with you all. The convention center was phenomenal. Opportunities galore. There's obviously all the different vendors that were in the convention center. The kids had a blast. Food options, food trucks, outside. I mean, it was really a great space. The second day my daughter was at, and her team were at the event center, and it was a very different experience. There was nothing inside the event center. To be honest, there was maybe one vendor, if I remember.
Downtown.
Downtown at the event center. I think there was like 15 courts. Do you know how many courts we had? Or, I mean, there was a lot of courts. I mean, there's a lot of kids. So my experience was, I think, reflective of some others that were there. The kids had a team. We had our snack bar. The snack bar offered hot dogs, hamburgers. They just had salad. It was just very basic concession. And so our team parents were like, oh, we'll go out and buy food from the community, bring it, but then they couldn't come inside. We have a rule against that. So my daughter and her team at 7:30 at night, we're all sort of sitting downtown outdoors on the ground. We couldn't come inside. There's really nothing inside. And then I did tell Mike this, I think it was maybe 20 minutes later that all the concessions closed.
Yeah.
And so two totally different experiences. I'll tell you, it was frustrating as a dad, and now I have to sort of monitor outside of whatever that road is, center or whatever, and the very interesting people that come up and down that street. So
You could add food trucks. There is a lane that you could put food trucks in when you got it like that.
We must watch, but I appreciate the feedback. Phase 3 is the REC, so now that we have finished the convention center last weekend, we're moving into REC and we're gonna be changing stand A, which is the far right one, that's more of a big smash, into a pizza and also a crafted station from Reno. So I do understand that there's a very limited offering for hot dog, hamburger, tender. And the right side now is gonna offer more of a freshness program there as well.
And I think that's great from a master plan, for that center. Do you guys adjust, like, knowing you have tens of thousands of girls flooding downtown Reno? Could you adjust and say, hey, we're gonna produce, family style chicken strips, or, I don't, like, something in bulk, and, because these teams, they all want to get together, they want to buy together, they sit together, they eat together. Can we adjust and be more specific to the population that comes?
Yeah, for the genre, yes. So we offer some deals at the convention center. Can I move over for the bigger items when we have larger events at Reno Event Center?
Okay. That's good here. And then my only other last thing is maybe more flexibility. I know that we're in transition, but it was unique that these girls had to sit outside at 7:30 at night eating on the pavement and not be allowed inside.
Or we're collectively with the building. It's good feedback that I appreciate. You enjoy the experience, but does the experience with certain types of hospitality get better? Yes.
Okay.
So I will be definitely meeting with the team and we're going to be reviewing what transpired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Courtney.
So next up will be Trent, who'll give an overview of our preliminary capital budget.
Good morning, everybody. Principal Area for the record. Today I want to present to you our capital budget for the upcoming fiscal year. This comprehensive plan will outline our strategic investments and give an overview of the priority projects and our general timeline for each of the venues. And I want to also acknowledge the great help that went into creating this from Jose Martinez and Amy Pickens. They do a tremendous job. But
Are you gonna get coffee with the
yeah,
I think they're trying to get it up right now. Give them a second. This is-
Okay, so we'll start out at the Reno Sparks Convention Center. And I'm just gonna kind of go high level over everything. If we have any questions, interrupt me. They're categorized into the time frame that we would like to complete them, their description of them, and our cost. And I'll go through each individual property separately. So the convention center, we have the uproom drain repairs, and what that is a system that comes off of the roof, and there's some damage in the wall. So when we get a heavy rain downpour, we get some leaks inside that come into the building. So we're going to address that. Pallet wrapper is going to assist us with the track. When we're breaking down the track, we have to palletize everything to put it back into storage. So that'll help us with that. Speaker stacks, that is at the convention center where we have the potential for concerts or PA systems that we can't quite keep up with the existing sound system that's in there for the needs of clients. A big one here is the Wi-Fi renovations. We constantly have issues with Wi-Fi, and with RSCVA is a perfect example. We were running sometimes 18,000 users at any given time. So we need to upgrade our Wi-Fi capabilities. PA speaker upgrade, same idea as the speaker stacks, but this is going to go throughout the halls. So they have better control. Instead of just having a one and done everywhere, we can specialize areas, the PA system. Digital displays, this is going to be continuing on monitor systems, on the ability to advertise, and that'll go through all of the properties also. Lot C gate renovation. This is the entrance and exit onto Kitski from parking lot C. That is really kind of a poor location, so we're going to close that off and clean that up so we don't have any more damage. We get people trying to run in from Kitski in the evening and they run into the deck. Create a lot of damage and it's not really necessary. Lighting upgrades for the AMR rooms and the ballrooms. These are specifically the control systems that allow us to operate the lights in the rooms, in the meeting rooms. They're very outdated. They were old when they first went in. So we're going to upgrade those so we can have better control over it and make the experience for the clients much better. And then obviously there was repavement of Lot C. It's in very bad shape. It hasn't been addressed for quite some time, so we're going to tackle that. Okay, livestock event center. We get some equipment purchases over there. The drum roller is basically a tow behind steamroller, if you want to call it that, for compacting the dirt, getting that prep for different events. Purchase of a new loader. We rent equipment. We need to put this into our inventory, moving dirt around, and it gets into the cutting arena and some of the other smaller areas. Purchasing AV equipment. I don't know how many people have been in there, but the sound system inside the main arena, indoor arena, is pretty poor, so we want to upgrade that. New panel replacements for the cutting arena. Those are essentially the fencing and stuff that keeps the cattle and the sheep and everything else in. And they are a item that gets beat up and they need to be replaced occasionally. Main arena speaker upgrade is similar to the convention center with the PA system and the sound system. And it's very old. Purchase new footing. That's the nice dirt for the Arabians, etc. We cycle that in. Digital design, digital signs, same ideas with the rest of the properties. We have a better feedback and interaction with the clients. Power vault repair. These are the main vaults that are below grade out in the parking lots on the northeast end that are degraded over the years. So we're going to be replacing and upgrading those.
Trent, real quick, on the main arena, is that, you said, is that the indoor you're talking about?
Indoor arena, yes.
Not the rodeo arena.
Correct. Okay, the next one is going to be for the bowling stadium. So we were looking at doing an electrical upgrade, and what that is up in the catwalks above the grid, you have a power drop for any number of events that are down there, and right now that system is not set up that we can just use a general hookup on it. You have to have an electrician, and this is going to make that safer and bring us up to safety standards that we should be at. Next one is recarpet the elevator lobby on the second and third floors. We kind of tie in what the renovation was done up on the fourth floor with that nice carpet. Purchase new pins. Obviously, it's bowling stadium. We need to have pins that are up to par. And this will be aside from USDC. They bring in their stuff also. Purchase and install new flooring in the back of the house. If anybody's been back there, it's kind of a linoleum and it's been torn up for years. So we're going to go in there and start addressing that. Weatherproofing of the fourth floor windows. That's that atrium angled window that's on the exterior of the building, and the weather stripping on that is degrading, and we get leaks, and we're trying to avoid leaks inside. Purchase of the lockers is for bowling specific lockers that are large enough to handle the large bowling bags that come in for the tournaments. Replace the employee parking gate. The company that made that is no longer in existence, so we can no longer get cards for it, and we're down to about 3 cards left, so we got to upgrade that system. Digital display, same thing as the rest of the properties. purchase new carpet for the elevators, and they're the same ideas, old carpet versus the new stuff for the renovation that we did a few years ago. Next one's gonna be the Reno Event Center. We need to purchase a forklift that has the side shift because we run in and out of box trucks and tractor trailers. We're doing concert load in or load out, and we need that extra capability. Elevator repair, the upper deck, the roof on the elevator is damaged and is in need of some repairs. We're gonna take care of that and make it pretty. Purchase new risers, and the second one that goes out with that is the stage decking. That is everything to do with concert setup or trade show setup. These are gonna be the risers that you stage decks to continue with the stage. Digital signs, same thing, we have these. And then upgrading the seating for the suites. The seats are pretty tight and narrow, and we want to open those up so you can better experience when you're up in the suites.
The turbines, you mean the ones that just all the furniture remodel inside the suite, these are the seats that are out
The
on
motion
the.
out
Okay.
in front.
All in front that are overlooking the arena.
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Capitals, I mean.
Thank you.
And we flushed this out. I think someone has.
Okay, Mr. East, do you have? Mr. East,
Yeah, I do. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Trent, I'm struggling. I was thinking about what Eddie said earlier in his comments on the disparity between the venues. And as I look at this capital budget, I understand that I guess intensity is somewhat, capital intensity is somewhat driven by square footage, but we've got 60% of our capital budget going to the convention center. And I feel like it's probably been high for the last couple of years. I guess I don't recall it specifically for last year, but can you speak to how you're prioritizing which venues get capital allotment on an annual basis?
Well, a couple of different ways. One, we are required to maintain the properties, and we also have a contract with the city of Reno for the 2 downtown properties that any capital over 2,000 will fall on them, but at the discretion of the board, we can adjust that. So we have taken that upon the consideration of what's going on here and added more percentage to those properties downtown. Just for a roundabouts on the numbers, we're 2.5 million and change is going to the convention center.
1/8 to the others. Yeah.
3 of those projects are very important on the Wi-Fi, the lighting, and that's for the safety and convenience, and the customer experience. So that kind of gets more attention financially. Because they're big ticket items, but we're still adding in a lot more money to the other properties, including downtown properties and livestock event center. So it's kind of playing a balancing act with the revenues that come in. For example, the convention center is representing in total revenues 43% of that total. So we're kind of trying to balance everybody out.
Yeah, I get it, but 60% of the capital, right? And so, and I'm not sure what last year was, and maybe we could talk about that offline and see if, but I don't think this was a catch-up year for the convention center. I think, as I recall, we spent a lot of money there last year too, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
A couple of those big ticket items are going to be the roofs. And that takes a lot of capital, and it's something we just can't afford.
Okay. Thank you.
Courtney?
Any more questions for Trent, then we'll move on. Give me one moment to load my presentation.
While Courtney's loading, Trent, have we put together, I guess to memory's comments, we have like a wish list. A lot of these are maintenance, right? These are things we have to do. Do we have a,
The priority list.
well, or even like a dream list? Like, what do we dream the RDC can be? We do have
Yeah,
that.
we keep that kind of running in the background, and as we can integrate it maybe into the existing capital of the fiscal year, or maybe we push that to the next year and try to bring those in for consideration. The main thing is we're trying to attack the maintenance, the safety, the aesthetics, that kind of a thing, so we can keep drawing in more clients. And then, once we get them into buildings, we want to keep them safe and secure and dry and cool in the summer, et cetera. So those take priority over our attention, if you want to call it that. And then there are some fluff things in there that we throw on the list also. We just kind of go through the evaluation process.
Can we get sort of that dream list that you guys have behind the scenes, just to?
Absolutely.
That'd be great to look at.
Yeah, and if you don't mind me interrupting again, I mean, I guess I understand what you're saying, that facility upgrades or facility maintenance that needs to be completed for the guest, for the guest comfort, so that they have a roof over their heads. I get that. But when we're talking about Wi-Fi renovations as a $700,000 project, I guess that's where I start to have a little heartburn that maybe we're doing things that aren't necessarily tied to that priority list that we established, that larger wish list. I get Wi-Fi renovations are a great thing, but is it as important in the priority list as upgrading the event center, upgrading another area that could actually generate more revenue, I think.
Yeah, totally agree. Part of the reason we attack some of these things is based on the replies and results that we get from surveys. And right now, one of the biggest complaints we have at the convention center is the Wi-Fi. And that's been a continuing thing for a number of years. And as more people utilize every type of media source and live streaming videos, especially with the RSCVA, I mean, that was big. And we just can't quite, we're doing better, we're getting things tweaked around, and this is going to be able to allow us to upgrade and hopefully be covered in the future for quite some time.
And not to, since you brought up the Wi-Fi at the convention center, and I just remembered my experience, my wife had to leave the convention center to text me and tell me what court we were on or connect or like cell phone coverage was tough, but also Wi-Fi was tough there. And I didn't even bother to look for emails, which was tough for me, and that's my business. So John, I think it is a problem in the convention center with that many people. I definitely noticed it, but didn't even think to bring that.
Yeah, and Mike Larkin for the record, and sorry, I missed the question, Mr. East, but we have seen that when we have a large attendance, a large event with people that are constantly either on their phones or multiple devices or live streaming, that we've been very challenged with that. So the Wi-Fi was definitely a priority from a customer service standpoint, and the competitive nature of booking conventions or sporting events within our facility. Right now, it's a must. You have to have superior Wi-Fi or you will literally lose business in the bid process. So Wi-Fi was definitely upgrading our Wi-Fi in the building, but was a priority as we looked at our capital for next fiscal.
It's kind of like an airport. When you sit in an airport and you're trying to get online and everything's just spinning, and then you look in the lounge and everybody's on one or two devices. I mean, the bandwidth to support, as you just said, a large amount of people just, because the system in ours was older.
The live streaming is the
big one. Okay, Courtney, you ready? Yep.
I have a question, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Murdoch.
Grant, do you look at, when you bring that capital into play, whether it's out south or downtown, do you look at the volume of visits that's coming in? Do you look at the calendars that these guys are throwing out, so you know what you have to have fixed? For instance, you've got the women coming in. I'm just saying, okay, you know where I'm talking about. Yes, I do. The sign, And then you've got, which is the Achilles heel, but also you've got other things down there, or you've got the men coming in 26, so you've got a whole year, but they're gonna bring 50,000 plus guests, so 70,000 people. Do you have a plan based on his, on the RSCVA's business that comes flowing through the facilities? How do you, things you need to do that absolutely have to be done and things that can be.
Well, a lot of the stuff that we've got down this particular year, this fiscal year, is addressing some of those shortfalls down at both properties, at the bowling stadium and the event center. And upgrading the carpet and making sure that the windows are watertight because, it leaks. Down at the event center, we just finished the dressing rooms behind the stage. New carpet, paint, wall coverings, to dress that up, because that was one of the complaints that we heard from last year when we had Seinfeld in here. And we just completed that Friday. So we're ready for that portion of it. The sign, that's another story. The sign, just so you have some information, they're having their bid opening doc today with the city to choose whoever they're gonna award that sign project to.
But where I'm going with this, next time you look at the calendar and you fix it before the women get here. I mean, that's one example, but I'm thinking to John's point, and if there's a budget and you look at what is necessary, absolutely necessary, and what isn't, what you can kick down the road. So, or move on, you know what I mean? So I hope we go through that process, and then this does come before the finance committee, I think, as well, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Courtney, you
Not,
ready?
not your fault, by the way. It was the previous board, and I think there was, quite honestly, some territorial issues that we sometimes see here, but, so I just want to make sure, Trent, that you're not taking it personal.
No, I totally understand.
I'm curious, when you said dressing room, is that the green room? Is that
No,
the same thing?
That one we-
Different.
Yeah, that one we did 8 months ago, 9 months ago. This is the dressing rooms that are directly behind the stage on the north end of the main arena inside the event center.
Okay.
And that's where most of the clients, the show staff, the artists, that's where they go in and out of.
Okay. Did you do anything cool there? Show our art, show our personality?
That's what I'm waiting for. Well, not waiting.
What you're gonna
with,
do? Okay, cool.
Megan Berner, so we can
Oh,
try to
awesome.
generate some
Great.
old time Reno black and whites,
Love
something
it.
like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Good.
Courtney, you ready?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Good morning, Courtney Jager, Vice President of Finance. For the remainder of this presentation, we're going to talk about certain areas of the budget for fiscal year 25 that we'd like to review with the board, or up for the board to review and input. Mainly, these are areas that are different in fiscal year 25 compared to prior years, or areas that we'd like to bring to the board's attention as we move through the budget process. So first, we're actually going to take a look at year-to-date room tax performance for fiscal year 24, since these trends are influencing how we're budgeting for fiscal year 25. So here we have March of this year compared to last year. ADR is actually up slightly, but room nights are down 8%. This month continues the trend that we've seen since October. Since October, taxable room revenues have declined year over year between 2 to 8% per month.
I'm sorry, Courtney, 2 to 8 per.
2 to 8, yeah. So February was around 2. Most of the other months have been around 5 to 8.
And then just back of the envelope, we're down what here, about 6%, 6 to 7?
Close to 8 on this one.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so here we have year-to-date performance through March. Taxable room revenues are up slightly due to the strong Q1 we had, and occupied rooms are down. So diving deeper into the trends, here we have occupied rooms by market segment. Room nights are down, with hotels being the primary driver, and vacation rentals are up overall. Average daily rates have held up in total for the month and for the year to date. However, we did see a drop in hotel ADR in March. So here we have performance by tax district. We are having noticeable declines in downtown, and while Washington B was up for the month of March, that district is also down year to date. So next, we're going to go into a high-level discussion about the fiscal year 25 budget, mainly focusing on our room tax predictions, since those drive the overall budget, and certain items that are going to be new or changing significantly in fiscal year 25. So in preparing the room tax budget, we go into a lot of detail factoring in economic conditions, bookings, certain holidays are falling midweek versus the weekends, overall trends. We talked about hotel partners. So without going into all of that detail, essentially this is where our predictions are landing currently. We did already know we'd be down for fiscal year 24. We didn't have USBC Open tournament this year, and we really didn't feel that record highs we were seeing previously were sustainable trends, but we are predicting a further decrease in fiscal year 25. So this comparison shows taxable room revenues, ADR, and occupied rooms compared to prior years. We are predicting the occupied rooms will continue to be the driver for reductions in taxable room revenues. We do review these predictions frequently as we get new information and talk to our hotel partners. So basically, we know we need to err on the conservative side for this next fiscal year. Economic conditions warrant it. We're coming up on 6 months of trends that are indicating ongoing decreases. So we just don't have anything that would lead us to believe that we should go into this year overly optimistic. So next, we thought it was important to bring to the board's attention our plan for cost of living adjustments this year. With the sharp increases in inflation post-COVID, we've had COLAs for our employees the last 3 years. These have been really well received and appreciated by employees, but with budget cuts this year, we decided to take a different approach. So in the past, COLAs have been uniform. So essentially, the CEO down to the staff level would get the same percentage of COLA. This year, we're going with a tiered approach. We decided to pass on cost of living increases for the CEO, VP level, and executive and senior directors. Instead, we're going to focus on giving staff the highest percentage of COLA because they're the ones most heavily impacted by inflation, and then tearing that down from the manager to director level. This approach will save the organization approximately $109,000 compared to if we had just gone with a uniform percentage. So next is
Sorry, I know we have a lot. I think that's really important, really interesting. I mean, also like fantastic that you guys now analyze cost savings on a COLA adjustment to staff and really the focus. I guess my question is, I mean, are our directors okay with that differentiation? I mean, I think, you know, the net effect, everyone's experiencing this cost of living, and I absolutely commend that tiered breakdown. Is our staff happy and comfortable? And
so I can speak to that. Mr. Roberts, so Mike Largetta for the record. So we've had pretty extensive discussions as senior staff. This was really one of my initiatives as the new CEO and president, is to recognize staff and the manager level more on the COLA side. We recognize obviously that does impact directors and above. That being said, obviously annual compensation, bonus potential, and even performance-based in the merit side, there's an opportunity to offset that based on performance. So we just felt that it was really important to recognize staff level and manager level as a priority over leadership.
And I would just say, speak from one member on the board, I love that, and I think it's great. I don't know what other board members think, but I think focusing on our staff and manager, the folks that are on the ground where the COLA might, or the cost of living increases are hitting probably the worst. I appreciate that, and I hope our staff recognizes that the board, not speaking on behalf of the board, but as one board member, I think it's a great way at giving and helping them in this time.
Thank you. And Courtney will go into the bonus plan as well, which is a similar type program, but just to, for board members' information, and one thing Courtney and I talked about this morning, and she was probably going to mention this, but I'll get ahead of it, is that we have allocated monies in next year's budget for this. In the past, the prior administration has had the authority just to implement and approve the COLA. We will not be doing that moving forward. This will come back to the board as part of the budget approval process in May.
Yeah, it won't be a separate agenda item, but we will present it as part of the overall budget, and if the consensus from the board is that we can move forward, then we will. So next is the staff bonus plan. For the last few years, the RSCVA has had an all-staff bonus plan. We are proposing to continue that plan, but we do want to make it a bit more strict. We're gonna require that all goals are SMART goals, meaning that they're quantifiable and very specific. We've also decreased bonus percentages for directors and above and increased bonus percentages for staff and managers. So with stricter goals, we don't anticipate 100% payouts, and we are estimating a savings here as well of around $34,000. So next up, the Special Event Opportunity Fund. This has been in place the last few years, but we're proposing a change this year to how it's structured. So with the new Director of Development position, we're expecting more activity in this fund. So we wanted to set some goals for spending. So we're proposing spending this fund in proportion to the revenues that are generated by the tenants districts. Obviously, if a great opportunity comes up outside of these parameters, we wouldn't automatically decline it. We would bring it to the board to review and approve. But we wanted to set up these parameters as an overall goal for the year.
Can I just, well, jump in while we can?
Probably need to,
Because I think that's
maybe not.
a bit of a departure from what the original intent was. And again, I'm saying it from somebody in District B, so technically we would get more. I just don't know. In my opinion, the 500,000 isn't that big of a number, period. And I do worry that when we do start splitting this off of what everybody is allowed to get, that you really end up with you water it down so much that you aren't able to make a splash. And I'm open for if the group decides this is the way we want to go and we want to give it a shot. We're very new into this opportunity fund. But I just, I get that, to me, it looks very fair on paper. I just hope it doesn't kind of limit what we're able to do with that. So that's just my 2 cents.
I think just for a comment, again, Mike, this was purely a guide based on discussions that happened during pre-boards. It kind of ties into the capital allocations by revenues as well. And it is purely a template. It is no way, shape or form saying that the staff, if we can approve under 100,000, that we are going to allocate monies by district, by event, using this as the end all, right? This is just purely a guide, and I think it was more informational only just to show the board how the percentages break down by performance and revenue production by district.
Mr. Murdoch.
What, Mr. Larghetto, if you've got the size of the men coming in 26, where I'm going with this, or you have a big convention, say Safari Club coming here, there should be no caps on what we get from this body, is what I'm trying to say.
Again, this is, Mr. Murdoch, this is just a guide, right? This is a request that came from this board. So we wanted to present it to the board and create a discussion. And again, this isn't something, a process or procedure that we are holding the team to, that, a certain district only produces so much tax revenue, that we're only allocating a certain percentage if the right opportunity presents itself.
Like if you're gonna do Coachella at San Rafael or something, you're gonna do something out here that's huge.
Yep.
Big,
Yes.
whatever it may be. So it's just, I think what Stephen's doing, I think, I'm not speaking for Steve, but we all gotta generate tax and business. And even if you do a big event out here, it flows downtown. And if we do a big event downtown, it flows. So.
Impression. We call it impression.
There you go.
So Mike, is this, because it says on this, the Director of Event Development, does this handcuff or limit them? I agree with what he's saying. The intent of this particular fund was us going out and finding that big new event, whether it's a food show or an experience that we haven't had here before. And whether that winds up at the lake or in Sparks or downtown or here, to me, is not important. It's bringing in it's the opportunity for it's opportunity fund for new events. And I don't like to see, I wouldn't want to see it limited at all, or that our event development director would only be, I can only do it here. I don't know that I agree with the weighting. I don't know what purpose that serves for them.
I participated in
for those events.
Several meetings and Zooms with Valerie Segar, who's our Director of Event Development, and in exploring and looking at opportunities, whether they are festivals or sporting events or arts and culture. been no discussion as to being limited by funding by district based on where that promoter may want to hold their event. So again, this was just us responding to a request, and we just wanted to show this to the board, but in no way, shape, or form does this get to the point where we are allocating monies based on.
Because if we were gonna make that change, that would need to come back to this body because the board approved the fund itself and what the intent of the fund was. So if there was a change, that would have to come back. to the board.
Correct, and I think the board needs to remember that if anything was being presented in a sponsorship amount over 100,000, it's coming back to the board anyway for approval and review, so.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike, what about contingency funds that we have to augment this? Is there anything that we have contemplated in the budget or no?
So I'll let, you want to speak to them?
So contingency for special event or just overall contingency?
Yeah, I guess that, I mean, when we think about opportunity fund, I think about that in terms of a new event, right? But so I guess for opportunity or for enduring events.
Yeah, we do include contingency funds in our budget as part of the overall budget. So if a request came in that was higher than this, we definitely would have those to tap into. We'd also have rainy day fund to tap into. So we do have resources if something immediate and beneficial to the organization comes up.
Yeah, and Mr. East, again, for the record, the goal, this was the first budget, or the second budget, we have truly allocated, actually the first budget, because we removed the 500,000 last fiscal, where we've had a fund at all specifically for new events. My personal feeling and hope is that Valerie will have tremendous success, which I feel she will, and that will not only grow into additional FTEs in that area, but when we come back, either through an augmentation or through a future budget, that we will increase this amount significantly, because I feel there's a tremendous opportunity for us to go out and source and find new events, but that's going to cost money, of course.
Okay.
Right, so next is unsolicited proposals. We're all aware that unsolicited proposals have become more frequent in recent years. I know there's a policy that's being worked on, but in addition to that policy, we're proposing dedicated funds in the budget for unsolicited proposals. So under this plan, the CEO would have $50,000 in his budget to approve these proposals up to $10,000. For proposals over $10,000, the CEO and senior staff would perform the first review over these, make sure they're in line with the policy that's in place, and then bring those to the board for review.
Right. Madam Chair,
Mr. White.
I think it's absolutely imperative that we have a policy on donations going forward. We cannot do this anymore, especially when I start seeing the decreases we're seeing now. We are setting ourselves up, and we just can't be everybody's huckleberry. We've got to control our expenses and look at them. In the policy, that couldn't be done any sooner than later. I mean, it's got to be done, because we're going to run into this until we figure it out.
Absolutely, Mike, is that part of what's going to the executive and legislative?
We're going to executive and legislative.
Yeah, because
That is one of the big policy considerations executive and legislative will be making.
that would be probably my number one. And it's important because, room tax, there is a mission statement in what we do. So that's why it's so critical for us to get to our basics and drive business for all the taxpayers, the room taxpayers. Thank you.
I do think I would just add on that slide, the next hash under proposals that I see, right, it gets forwarded to the board. I mean, I know we verbally said it, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Proposals evaluated by CEO and senior staff, the next step is.
Of course.
Right.
At least so we're aware of where that is going, right?
What we're trying to do, again, and this is just one policy of all policies that I think the board will eventually review, is that we're trying to create some guidelines, whether it's similar to what we do on the special event side and marketing and how we allocate monies that are clearly defined, so that we do not put the board in a position of going through presentations and making decisions on asks that are nominal that we can control at the staff level.
Yeah, and then I would just include in that, and I don't know, I looked through the budget and we have some that are in there. I think I would call them, and they've been in there a long time, I would call them pet projects. And no one was willing to actually take them out and examine, how valid they were, except for you have really kind of said, we need to examine this. So
Yeah,
when will something like that, the board see?
so thank
Because
you.
I think there's quite a bit.
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Mayor. We have actually removed those from next year's fiscal budget. And as the board reviews and implements these new policies as related to unsolicited proposals, we will take those back into consideration. And if they make the criteria that we recommend and present to you for approval, then we'll make decisions on whether those events will be funded moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Or I shouldn't even say events, those
I
one-off
appreciate that.
sponsorships.
And then also keep bringing things like that back to finance. So you guys can have a really watchful eye because it was buried for years.
I think it was
And how
50
much money did that add up? And so that's where
Yeah.
finance can, do their dance and be really tricky. So I would just say, I appreciate your transparency. Kind of feel like, I have a little,
Is there a list of pet
less weight
projects?
on my shoulders, but.
Is there a list that we are currently funding that we shouldn't be or
This-
should be? Is there a
so
list for the board to
we-
see?
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
As we made a commitment in this fiscal year per the prior administration, so we honored those. I believe there were 4. And the total around $56,000 or $57,000.
Yeah.
We have removed those from next year's recommended budget that were presented in May. And then the goal is during that time frame and the start of the next fiscal year that we will have a defined policy and the criteria established. And then they will submit request and we will share that through the finance committee and makes it very black and white.
That concludes the items we wanted to review today. We really wanted to use this time to get the board's input on areas that are new or different going into this budget year. And we
I feel like we just did that. No. Did we jump the gun on you, Courtney?
Everybody good? More questions, we're good.
Hey, Courtney, I'm sorry. I have another quick question. I apologize. So when I look back on slide 9 at the revenue shortfall that we're planning for in this current fiscal year and next year, right around $3.6 million. What does that mean in revenue for the RSCVA? Am I taking that times the 8.6%, or do you do it times the 13, or what does that look like in terms of revenue difference?
Our portion of the revenues.
I'm sorry?
This slide breaks down our portion of the revenues.
Oh, so this is our revenues. This is not, we're not taking a percentage of this.
Yes,
Great.
this is that RSCVA takes in.
Thank you.
What is that percentage? Just on the top.
So 13 to 13.5% is what we take off, the total.
Right.
And then RSCVA gets their percentages, which is the 2.25%, and then the 6.625, and the split portion inclines with them. So, and to make it simpler, I just put what our portion is up here.
Okay. So this 3.6 million is our revenue. Is our CVA revenue between the two years.
A little less.
So yes. So
6% goes back.
2% goes to 10.
Yep.
6.2. 6.2.
Yeah, 6 point. And then, but then incline, we do that split, so it doesn't come out to an even 8.625% because of that.
And when incline gets their piece, they get half of the 6.
Correct.
Half of the 6.6, correct.
6.6.
Of what they generate, right?
Correct.
Ms. Reese, was your question answered? Must have been. Courtney, thank you. Okay. Closing item E2, moving back to E1, review discussion and possible action to approve funding the Incline Village Crystal Bay Park Connect micro shuttle project. So our presentation is going to be made by, we have several people here, or are they going to be on? We have someone Zoom?
We're on Zoom. Can you hear us all right?
Let's see if we've got.
Testing. Do you have audio?
Yeah, it's a little bit low.
Low. Devin.
If I yell, does that help?
That's better. You can just yell it.
Thank you all for having me back. I think this is my second month in a row coming to the RSCVA board meeting. So at some point, I'll make sure to get down there in person. But I again appreciate the flexibility for Zoom as I've got some other meetings going on. Today, I'm joined by Jamie Wright with Placer County, who operates the TART system, which is the owner and operator, not owner, but operator of the TART Connect system on the North Shore. And we're going to talk today about our request for funding from your organization to support this program. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. Just to provide a little bit of context, we have at Tahoe, we have the Lake Tahoe Regional Transportation Plan. Our agency, the TRPA or Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, is also the metropolitan planning organization for the Tahoe region. And if I'm throwing a lot of transportation acronyms at you, that's what your fellow board member Alexis Hill lives all day, every day up at the lake. But our regional transportation plan really has a number of goals, with all of it being connecting back to protecting our beautiful lake and our lake clarity. But we want to be able to reduce congestion on our roadways, get people out of their vehicles, preserve our natural environment, ensure that people are safe when they're using our roadways and that our roadways support wildfire evacuation. We want to ensure equitable public access, not only for our visitors that you were talking about so much today that come through the Reno airport and up to Tahoe, but also for all of our local residents, Reno residents, folks that call Tahoe home. Destination stewardship is another aspect. Last month, we were talking about destination stewardship to this board. Economic development, supporting workforce. We showed that about half of our workforce commutes into the region from outside of the basin. So that transportation connection to support our tourism businesses and getting their staff there to serve their visitors is very important. And then climate resilience. Next slide. One of the important parts of the plan is it talks about projects and funding. And transportation funding is very difficult and something we don't have enough of to fully realize that transportation vision. Our latest regional transportation plan identified about a $20 million per year funding gap to fully implement our regional transportation plan. That is that wedge in the pie chart in the bottom right, that 777 funding target is approximately $20 million per year to fill this gap. So to fill this gap, we did what we always do at Tahoe and came together as a partnership. Next slide. And created a funding strategy for filling that gap. So last year, we adopted the Lake Tahoe Transportation Action Plan that created what we call our 777 funding strategy, which is basically the federal sector, the state sector, and the local and private sector all contribute $7 million each, 777, to fill that about $20 million a year funding gap. So that is the commitment that folks have made to funding the regional transportation plan. I think it's really important to note that the regional transportation plan has some carrots and sticks with this funding goal. If this goal is not achieved and we don't fill this funding gap, there could be potential additional development restrictions placed on development in the Tahoe Basin, where they have to go to a no net VMT standard, which basically means it's going to be more expensive to build good projects in the Tahoe Basin. Implications for Washoe County and TOT and hotel tax revenue that funds all of the projects you were talking about today in your budget is that there's a number of big projects coming online, potentially the Cal Neva remodel, the Biltmore conversion to Waldorf Astoria, that if those projects have these extra barriers to getting implemented, that may potentially negatively impact the hotel tax generation across Washoe County from the Lake Tahoe area. So again, this funding is not only important to implementing our visions and having a great transportation system that serves our visitors and residents, but it also could have longer term implications for redevelopment, economic development, and generating additional hotel tax in the Tahoe Basin. Next slide. And of this funding gap, one of the biggest areas of need is transit operations. A lot of the funding available in the transportation world is grant funding and discretionary funding. And most of that is directed at infrastructure projects. People like to fund roads. People like to fund sidewalks and bike paths. people don't like to fund buses and bus drivers. And I'm sure Jamie knows the challenges of that very well. So transit operations is one of the main priorities for funding within this strategy and one of the biggest needs at Tahoe for transportation funding. Next slide. This is also very much connected to our destination stewardship plan. I won't belabor this since you heard from us last month, but our destination stewardship plan identifies transportation as one of the key priorities to connecting our visitors to our outdoor recreation amenities, public lands, and local businesses, not only within the Tahoe Basin, but also connecting to our nearby urban areas such as Reno, the Reno Airport, Sacramento, and the Bay Area. So we really want to be able to get visitors to Tahoe without the need for their vehicle. But if they're going to drive here, we really hope that they park once at their hotel or second home and use transit to get around. We see that when people use transit, they spend more time at local businesses, they get out more, they see more of the community, and we have another touch point to educate visitors while they're taking the bus on how to be better stewards of the lake. Next slide. So now I'm going to turn it over to Jamie Wright with Placer County to talk about the Washoe County services with TART Connect and the budget recap.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name is Jamie Wright, and I manage transit services here within Placer County. Just a quick overview of why Placer County is involved in what's going on over in Washoe County. We do have an interlocal operating agreement with Washoe RTC. Because we operate fixed route bus service and now micro transit service up in the Tahoe Basin. It makes a lot more sense for us to operate or contract services on their behalf versus them having a separate operation up in Tahoe. So we do work very closely with Washoe RTC in planning not only the fixed route service, but now the micro transit services as well. So next slide. So the TART Connect system, as you can see, season over season has gained ridership with our heaviest use in the winter seasons. This last year alone, we had a 19% increase in ridership just on TART Connect. And that doesn't take into consideration our fixed route services either. And that percentage actually increases when you look at the system holistically. As Devin mentioned, here in the Tahoe Basin, getting people out of their cars and reducing congestion in our region is vital to the clarity of our lake and the environment in which we live in. We do in our region have a large amount of folks coming in on a regular basis, whether it's for the week or the weekend, that use Tahoe as their backyard, essentially. And being able to have them park a vehicle and utilize our public transit system is a key factor in reducing congestion and making our world a better place to live in North Lake Tahoe. Next slide. So with that, a big goal of ours in the TART Connect system is to encourage shared rides. So we aren't acting as a taxi and just going out and picking one person up here and one person up there. So we really have structured the system where the algorithm within the app is pushing shared ride capacities. So you can see season over season how that varies depending on how many passengers we're carrying each season. But getting up to a 72% ride share in the winter is great for us. And it certainly is helping reduce VMT and vehicles on the roadway. Next slide. So TART Connect rider profile, we do surveys out to each of the riders that use the system. And what you see here is kind of the results of those surveys that are pushed out. 82% of the users using TART Connect are also using our fixed route service. So it really is working as a first mile, last mile alternative. So it is acting as an avenue for people to bring their car, park it, and not get back into it. And so it does allow them not only service within Washoe County, but it allows them to connect out into the larger resort triangle area, going to ski resorts and different things like that. Trip purpose, as you'll see, it's almost a 50-50 split between work and school and then recreational and social. And so that has a lot to do with the tourism base that may use it. And so the next percentage that you'll see is kind of the residency that uses it. So about 60% of the users are full-time residents, but 40% of the users are visitors to our region. And we do see heavy use in the summertime, for example. It certainly has helped reduce all of the overparking and overcrowding at our beaches, double parking on our roadways, things like that. They've been able to utilize the TART Connect to get down into beaches, as well as make connections out to the TTD's service that goes into Sand Harbor and other options as well.
Okay, Jamie, I would, can I stop you for a second? Mr. Abelson has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jamie, these percentages, is this of the entire TART Connect system around the lake, all 7 hubs, or is this just the TART Connect in Incline Village?
This is the TART Connect and Incline Village. So we do get survey results for each zone, and these would reflect the Incline Village zone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Next slide. So ultimately, the annual funding for both TART and TART Connect is about $1.9 million. TART Connect carries about $1.2 million of that budget. And within Placer County, we also look for local funding to utilize TART Connect. As Devin mentioned, within transit, we are not funded properly in order to provide holistic transit systems that actually work and move people around. So it really is dependent on us locally to contribute to these types of systems. Within Placer County, we're contributing about $2.4 million annually to TART Connect as well. And I know in Truckee, they're doing something very similar. So as a region, there are a lot of local dollars going into TART Connect. But as you can see, Washoe RTC has put in 40% in addition to what they are putting into fixed route, which is about another $400,000 to $500,000. So about $900,000 annually is coming through Washoe RTC. Washoe County actually contributed this year as well. And so about 32% of the budget this year will come out of Washoe County directly. And then we have Travel Nevada and local partners. This is hoteliers, this is small businesses, people in the community in the Incline Village, Crystal Bay community that feel that it's vital to keep this service running, are contributing funding to that. So that's about 12%. And then the ask today of RSCVA is 16% at $200,000 to fund the rest of the program.
Jamie, can I stop you again? I've got another board member, Mr. Murdoch.
Jamie, do you break out the visitors in Incline away from the second home residents? Do you break that out?
The second homeowners in Incline are considered visitors to the region unless they live there full time and supply that as their zip code for their full-time residency. So we look at visitors and residents based on what their primary zip code is.
Okay, I've got one more question, Mr. Abelstar again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jamie, so in the light blue pie chart, Travel Nevada, Washoe County private partner contributions, what is the breakdown within that? Is Travel Nevada, forgive me, is that Andy's?
No, that is it.
That's your group?
That is mislabeled there. It should not be Travel Nevada. It's Travel North Tahoe, Nevada. It's not the Nevada Tourism Organization.
That's not NCOTS.
That is not NCOT. Yeah, that is Travel North Tahoe, Nevada.
Travel North.
Sorry, yes, Travel North Tahoe, Nevada.
Yes.
So it's Andy's group, yes.
Okay, and then what is the differential, what is coming from Travel North Tahoe, Nevada? And what is coming from outside private, these hotels?
From my understanding, Travel North Tahoe, Nevada is contributing $50,000, and then the local hoteliers and businesses that they've been working with are contributing almost 110.
Thank you. Follow up and apologize putting Commissioner Hill on the spot, but we see that 32%, $400,000 coming from Washoe County. And Jamie, am I correct? The other TARP Connects have the counties that contribute, and the county did contribute this year. This is new? I heard you say this is new.
Last year, we contributed 100,000.
So we went
This
up.
year, we did ARPA donations of 400,000.
Oh.
What the other counties do is they use their TOT because they don't have an RSCVA. Placer County, these other California counties don't have the same laws that we have in Nevada. They also have business improvement districts who contribute, and then the county, yes, does contribute as well. So it's a mix of that, and I don't know if Jamie has that breakdown.
Yeah, so within Placer County, we are 100% funding our TART Connect with our transient occupancy tax. And over in Truckee, it is a little different. They're also still trying to figure out how they're funding this. So they've had some general fund dollars put towards it through the town. They have their T-bid that's put funding towards it, as well as local businesses and HOAs in their region.
And it's similar on the South Shore as well. Their system is called Lake Link, but they are funded through a combination of a fee on the tickets for the new Tahoe Blue Event Center, TOT contributions from local governments, and then private contributions from the private sector as well. So every one of the different systems are operating on a slightly different budget, but every one of them, I guess, except for Jamie's TOT for the Placer County side, are all funded collaboratively with multiple funding sources from both public and private sector.
And I will say, we wouldn't be as fortunate to fund our full system with transient occupancy tax if our region hadn't collaboratively passed a T-bid assessment. And that's assessing everything from dining to recreation in our region, which is allowing these freed up dollars to support things like TARP Connect.
Okay, Jamie, I've got two more questions real quick. Mr. Ablasar and then
Thank you.
Mr. Murdoch.
Mine's more of a statement, or you can agree or disagree, but of all the 7 hubs, all of them have some sort of TOT or taxing authority that helps pay for that direct, except for our incline region. And again, I know I've mentioned this before, we have one. There's been a conversation on whether or not they should be, and I think there's a lot of arguments both ways, but we do have a taxing authority or a fee authority as a general district based in incline that could support much of the need for TARP Connect. Do you agree, Jamie?
Which entity would you be referring to?
The Incline Village General Improvement District?
Okay, yes, you do have that in incline. From my understanding, based on conversations that Andy has directly had with them and others in the Washoe County jurisdiction, is that they are precluded from contributing to transit funding. And I couldn't answer you exactly as to why, but I do think it's worth a discussion with them.
Yeah, and so I disagree in their analysis. One, we know IFGID has paid money out of their collected fees for transit to the beaches for their community residents before the past. We know they're currently paying for a busing system for their Diamond Peak operations and spend money into that program. And we know that they also have a senior to the airport program where they're spending money bringing seniors, busing or transiting seniors from their community down to the airport. So I don't believe they have the ability to hide behind that claim. I think that according to statute, they are not allowed to charge and run a transportation district because we have a district, but they are clearly providing a service of transportation for the purpose of reducing congestion.
Yeah, and I think, generally we want to recruit any and all partner that could potentially fund these operations. It's an ongoing thing. Transit is an ongoing thing. You always need bus drivers. They always have salaries to pay. So we continue to, as the service expands, as hours expand, as more vehicles are added, we continue to reach out to additional partners for funding. So we would be happy to continue and loop back on those conversations with IVGID to try to see if they can fund transit while not being as you said, a transit district. So we are more than more than willing to continue having those discussions, not just with IVGID at up in Washoe County, but all of the businesses, the big hotels, everyone for continuing to contribute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murdoch.
I guess that Eddie asked a lot of the questions. Mine was, when's IVGID gonna give? So that's what I want to put on the books. When is IVGID gonna give? Because if we're coming out of pocket, they gotta come out of pocket. Just business 101. Thank you.
Mr. Squaga.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Go ahead, Jamie.
I did want to just clarify, Washoe RTC actually provides the funding for the senior shuttle. And that's part of, making sure that our seniors in that region have a connection to medical appointments and things like that. So I know that it's the reservation is through IVGID and the rec center, but I do believe it's fully funded by Washoe RTC.
Mr. Squaga.
Actually, now, I'll defer to the two of you. I don't know if the presentation, are you done with?
We have one more slide.
Okay, I'll hold on to comment. Thank you.
Yeah, so
that I'll pass it back to Devin and he can close out the presentation.
So as the agenda item says, today we're here to request $200,000 in funding for the TART Connect operations in Zone 3, which is Washoe County Incline Village. I understand that as we start moving from towards a destination stewardship future, that these types of funding questions are going to start coming up. And it's, your board and your mission is to promote tourism in the region and get visitors here. And we hope based on the stats and how many visitors are riding this service, many of the locals are using it to get to work at tourism businesses, that this truly is a destination stewardship tourism investment. You mentioned many times during your earlier items today, when you were talking about the airport, the importance of Tahoe to attracting visitors to fly through that airport and how much of an asset that is. So I really do view this as you all investing in the tourism system and investing that hotel tax revenue back into a system that's going to provide guest services, make a better visitor experience, and make people want to come back to Tahoe, come back to the Reno area, and spend more money at our local businesses and generate more revenue for local governments and organizations. So, and then finally, just want to acknowledge that last month, some of your staff testified at the Nevada Interim Oversight Committee for our agency, the TRPA, and the Marlette Lake Water System. And that committee and the chair of that committee, Senator Skip Daly, made it very clear that he does want to explore with our local partners how the state of Nevada and local jurisdictions can fund transportation at Tahoe to meet the needs of our service areas. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you with our request of you all for $200,000 in funding.
Okay. Mr. Squaga.
Devin or Jamie, one thing just to clarify for myself is we approved 350,000 last time, and whether that was right or wrong. Is this feels is a very complicated structure that you have to pull this transportation plan off. Is this what we're going to be doing every year? I mean, is this part, or does this bridge to some larger federal state partnership that we're not doing this dance every year, fiscal calendar?
I would agree with you 100%.
I think me and you were saying the same thing. Absolutely. This is definitely us making those first steps and those stepping stones to permanent funding where we're not coming back to all of those individual organizations every year passing the hat. As Jamie mentioned, with the Business Improvement District on the California side of the North Shore, that's freed up funding where Placer County can dedicate their TOT directly to it, and that just happens automatically. So we are actively pursuing, and your board member Alexis Hill is in those conversations of sustainable funding sources for this, so we can move from no transit, where we were a few years ago, no microtransit, to where we are today, microtransit funded through shared contributions annually, to a robust microtransit system that's funded automatically through dedicated funding mechanisms.
So I'll just add to, the TART Connect system did just go out for a formal procurement. Within that, we wrote the procurement so that federal funds could be used on the service. So we are kind of setting ourselves up to hopefully allow federal funds to be used, if that is the desire. I will say we've also had meetings with Washoe RTC, Andy and his team, as well as Alexis and other local contributors in the region, having this exact discussion that, we have a very good problem on our hands. We have a very successful system that we certainly can't just pull away from everybody, but how are we going to fund it? And so I think that there are many of us around that table right now trying to figure this out, so that yes, every year we are not coming with our hand out to have you help fund a service.
Okay. Commissioner Hill.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And it is an awkward position for me to be advocating for this funding, sitting on this board. I want to just be totally transparent in that. And I really appreciate the mayor asking for this item to come back and doing all of the advocacy that she did to make sure that Washoe RTC paid a higher amount. We approved that at our board retreat, and Washoe RTC is really coming to the table now because they had to put more skin in the game. And Washoe RTC wants to we're going to do a study to see how best to run this system in Incline and Crystal Bay, and how it will work best for Washoe, because right now with Placer running it, and I love working with Jamie, I think she's incredible, but they don't charge residents, they don't charge for the ride. And it's because that's a policy around the lake. So we want to at Washoe RTC examine whether we should run the system, own the vans, use our own labor, and charge, because I think that will help close the gap as well. We probably are going to work with Placer one more year, so sadly, this may come back to the board unless it's not approved today and we get that signal and have to reevaluate. But I'm seeing how Washoe County can step up, and because of this board's leadership, we found additional funding and partnerships, and we are asking for 150 less. And so additionally, we're seeing how there's other, to Member Esquaga's question, other funds that can be dedicated to this, because that's the issue, is ongoing funds. And that's where Devin was hinting on. Major projects in the basin will not be approved if we cannot figure out ongoing funds. This is a bigger issue, and it will stop development and potential, tourism taxes from coming to RSCVA. So we need to figure that out long-term, and that's why Senator Daley is looking at all the options. But I just wanted to just give everyone an idea of where this sits, and the policy decision for IFGID is where they sit now, but who knows where they will be next year. And so I think that, we need to continue to work on these relationships, and I appreciate everyone's consideration of this request again. And I appreciate your really great questions today, because it's a difficult situation we find ourselves in at the lake.
Okay. Mr. J.
Just a quick question. You mentioned the Waldorf Astoria, and given the fact that they filed the $82 million notice of default, is that going to have any impact on this?
In terms of the funding request in this fiscal year, no. But in future years, again, that would be potentially more TOT revenue. I know that those folks for that project are also interested in helping make other transportation connections in terms of investing in the trail from the bike trail from Crystal Bay to Incline Village. So we've definitely had conversations with the Waldorf Astoria team about how they can contribute financially. I can't speak to their current financial system and the debt outside of what you've seen in the news. As far as I'm aware, we haven't received any permit change requests to our office. So I know about as much as you do based on the news stories.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Abelsard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and forgive me, I have quite a few questions. But I want to start with what Commissioner Hill mentioned about policy around the lake not being able to charge. Is that a TRPA policy? Is that
Been
TD?
It's after the COVID situation, we received, as the whole United States received a lot of transit dollars, and different policy decisions were made with those transit dollars. TTD, the Tahoe Transportation District, decided to get rid of the fare box. This was before I got on that board, during that time. Because of that, then all the micro transits started coming together, and because of the leadership in Incline Village and Crystal Bay, we pulled together our system with Placer County and went with that same mentality. That doesn't mean that we can't do it in a better way for Washoe County, and it's certainly not you can't charge. It's just been, maybe I shouldn't say the policy, the norm.
So yeah, I will say that the resort triangle, which encompasses Incline Village and Crystal Bay, back in 2005, started looking at the overall system. We compete with a lot of resort destinations in our region, and most of our resort destinations that we compete with offer free transit. We don't collect a lot from Farebox in the grand scheme of things. You know, when I'm running a $4 million system and only getting about $400,000 back from it, it's for us in our resort industry in Placer County in 2019, we opted to go ahead and pilot free to the rider transit service. We saw a 48% increase in transit ridership 2 months after launching the free to the rider service, and we continue to see that. So for us, there's much more of I think, a greater goal in getting people, encouraging behavior change and getting them to use public transit, and offering free to the rider service was just a part of that, that we as a region kind of launched within the Resort Triangle. I know TTD launched it during COVID and they continue to look at it. But within Placer County and the town of Truckee, those were initiatives that were adopted by our Board of Supervisors as well as the Truckee Town Council.
Yeah, and then just to put a fine point and directly answer the question, no, our regional transportation plan does not include a formal policy that says people cannot charge for transit. We really do try to promote as many people riding transit as possible. And we've seen, as Jamie said, when you take away the cost of transit and make it free, you see great increases in transit ridership. So those benefits from the increased ridership outweigh any, cost, any lost revenue from collecting that revenue. So we do get that overall benefit from that free ridership.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is Jamie and Devin and members. I think one of the things I'm struggling with, mind you, I absolutely think this is such a valuable program and a valuable service. I think the question that I'm struggling with is, as a member, Chamber of Commerce member on the RSCVA, the question I have to ask is, are we funding something to enhance tourism and enhance the experience? And the question about fees is important to me because, looking at your stats, 60% of Incline Village residents and Crystal Bay residents are using the Connect. And 52% of it is for recreation and enjoyment. So that's phenomenal, but you have a free public transportation system in their community where they're able to jump around and do recreation. This is half of the services use. For 60% of the ridership is the residents from up there. That to me is not necessarily a tourism mission. That's an enhancement to quality of life for the residents of Incline Village. Again, why I struggle, why IFGID, as the authority up there, is not paying for the entirety of this program if their residents are the ones being primarily served by the program. So for me, I'm struggling because if you implemented a fare, and that would reduce probably the ridership of the residents because they've got their cars or bikes or other ways to travel around the community. We would probably see that dip down, but someone that doesn't have a car would still use the program because it's a cheap fare to move around that region. And so the question I have is, are we solving a problem on how to bring more people and do tourism in Tahoe Incline? Or are we solving the problem of congestion for the Incline Village residents? And I struggle with us paying for solving the problem for the residents of Incline Village by reducing congestion for their own standard and quality of life.
It's a fair question, and I hate to be a generic and say it's both, but it truly is both. When you look at that ridership data, as you mentioned, the 60% being residents, in the Tahoe region, about 60% of our jobs are in the tourism and outdoor recreation industry cluster. So if you think about that, a lot of those folks are going to, 47% of the rides are going to work and school of those residents. So 60% of that 47% are getting rides to work, potentially getting rides to work at hotels, at bike rental shops, at restaurants, all of which are directly serving visitors. So it really, that aspect of the system is about making sure that businesses that serve our visitors can get their employees to work and open and properly staffed. So without that backbone residential support, you really aren't supporting the tourism industry and the tourism businesses. And then overall, the funding request for the RSCVA was 16% of the total budget for the Park Connect program, while visitor ridership, second homeowner ridership was 40%. So you can make that direct connection that your 16% is helping fund part of that 40% of visitors. So if you were, say, we were asking you to fund 80% of the system, but you only have 40% visitation ridership, that is a little bit disproportionate, but with 16% of your funding contribution, it's a little more proportionate to that visitor ridership.
Okay, one more, Mr. Travis.
One more, okay,
One more.
that's my final one.
Because I think the mayor has questions too.
No, go ahead. Trust me, because you're asking and I'm getting
So Madam Chair,
a benefit from
and this is, forgive me, I feel it's a sort of awkward question because we have a member on our board that represents the Travel North Lake, North Tahoe, Nevada.
Whatever that place is.
Association. And so, if it's my understanding, right, we collect the room tax for that subset, we get half, or we get it, and we give half of it to our partners up there. And so you brought up 16% coming from RSCVA, but we're sending a portion of our money back up to the lake, and it's a significant amount of money. And from what I understand, the organization's putting in $50,000.
It's actually more than that. We will probably end up funding most of that $150,000 from our organization.
So our partners up in the lake are doing 150.
Yeah.
So I guess that's one of my other questions is I don't see why we're going above that. I mean, match and relationship and how do we work together and both come to the table with equal funding or equitable funding, but also recognizing that that's our only district that we're sending money back to that area. And there's money there, right? Assumptively, I don't know your budgets and I don't know all the things you spend on, but it's, and if I'm correct, $3 million, is that how much we spent that?
Is it 2.6 or 2.8?
2.2.
We collect
The amount, sorry, Mike, better go for the record, and Courtney can back me up here and test this, but the amount that we get back obviously varies based on the room tax that's collected. Last fiscal year, I believe, was 2.2.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
On 8 million in tax revenue though, Mike, how much taxes do you get from Incline?
I believe the total tax amount last fiscal was a little over 8 million, you take about 2% debt.
Yeah.
And then that results in the 2.2, which is 50%, which is.
And that's about 99% of our budget. That's our revenue as an organization is all from TOT. So.
Mayor Shooty.
Okay, Eddie, are you sure you're not done?
I'm done.
No, I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, like, I think you're asking incredible questions.
I only have
They're-
one
they're
other
helping
question.
Me, no, if you do, go right ahead.
It was just, we could reduce the hours and the times and like, this is we're asking for the Cadillac, from what I remember from last month, the presentations. We want the fullest expanse of the TARP Connect, but we could shrink the services a little bit from what I remember hearing. Is that correct?
You
Yeah,
could,
sorry, go ahead, Jamie.
generally, what we've discovered, with contracting for the service is we are paying for those leased vehicles regardless of the number of hours we are putting them on the road. So really the variable cost is like the driver wages and things like that. When we looked at it, it's another couple $100,000 to provide double the amount of service.
Thank
Now
you so
that could
much.
change if it's something that shifts over to Washoe RTC.
And we will have that conversation. Okay, I just want to say, I know this was kind of a sensitive topic on a lot of levels. And I think part of it too was last year we did fund 350 and we were kind of figuring out like, why are we like looking at transportation? I think that's a broader regional conversation. I'm glad we're having it because I didn't quite understand. And then I start to think about, well, are there agencies that are skirting their responsibility? Why is it coming to this board and on us? And so I think we all would be naive to think that Tahoe doesn't, that we don't benefit from Lake Tahoe in that capacity. I think even, you should have some stats over at the airport, how many visitors fly in
Working on that as we
and
speak.
end up to the lake. And then I think there's other components, like I think we get very short-sighted, but there are other components of this, really getting people, into public transportation and out of their cars, like, and I know some people get really crazy on the whole climate thing and stuff like that, but like, there really is truly a benefit. I want you to kind of like close your eyes and envision if Tahoe wasn't there, what it would look like. I mean, if you start to think about things like that and we start to see, some really big, impacts in the environment, it is very much a real thing. However, I don't think that it should be solely on the back of obviously this board. And I think it needs to be a broader and uncomfortable conversation. I really appreciate you dialing back the ask. I think that that's beneficial. I also felt like there's a role to play, at RTC and our other partners. We need to have those conversations. I do think they need to charge. I'm not so sure people would be against that, especially up there. And what those things look like, and maybe also, and I don't know if you have any contributions from the workforce up there. Obviously, there's a lot of people that work up there that are using the service, it sounds like, and they have employers that really need people to get them to work. I mean, that's a huge one. But then also to your point, I think, what are we calling you? The
Travel North.
I don't want to screw that one up, but whatever you're putting in, the match, I think is totally, acceptable. I, can totally see that. So everyone feels like we're doing this regionally, but there does need to be the broader conversation of what does this look like moving forward? But this kind of goes back for me, just to put it on the radar, goes back for me. What are we doing what's our vision? What's our goal? What should we focus on? Is this an area, we certainly know we want to focus on air service. So this should be also part of the conversation because transportation in any capacity is good for tourism. It just is. But I just also felt that, we were doing a pretty big ask in how long does that go for? Because we did it last year. And what does that look like moving forward? And I feel like we haven't had those conversations, but it is a regional conversation. It's a transportation conversation, and that had not happened. And so I think that's why, the board was like, hold up, wait a minute, why are we having these conversations? So I think we want to be good partners, but I also think there are other people that need to do the lifting as well. So just not on what we felt, because we didn't have, what do they call themselves? The people on the phone?
TRPA in
Yeah.
Placer County.
Yeah.
Is that who's on the phone,
Uh-huh.
Jamie? Yeah, sorry, we do live in acronyms, but, you know, having you here, Jamie, and explaining a lot of that and that background, I do think is really helpful. Because we want to know, moving forward, what our goals are and how important is this, what the statistics look like, why are we paying for this? Otherwise, I'm gonna just be really honest. You know, I tried to get a sign forever, and I feel like a sign is totally about tourism. It doesn't like, it really, I mean, maybe some locals see that, but we're really trying to message to, you know, tourists. But I think we have to be careful when we sometimes feel like, why are we bringing this to the board? It needs to be the compelling case of, does it relate to tourism? What's the long term? And again, I think there's major sustainability benefits. I think, you know, we should be a partner in that. You guys have heard me talk about the river. I think that that's important when our visitors come. A lot of people are visiting the river now more than ever. Sustainable tourism is a thing, and I think it applies to Tahoe. So I will shut up, and I know I'm going on and on. I just think it was a sensitive subject for me personally, coming out of the gate, because I don't think we had a lot of this background, and then we already did allocate 350. So what is it like moving forward so that we're not having uncomfortable conversations?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to weigh in on, thank you, lots of really good questions. Can I?
I have one too, when you're done.
Okay, I'm gonna call in right after I finish. Lots of good questions, lots of great information. Thank you, Jamie and Devin. It really, when we started this, it was a pilot project, and it came to us as a pilot, and we gave 350 total in 2 different increments. I think 200 and then 150, or 150 and then, okay. So the total was 350 in 2 separate payments for a pilot project that came to us for 2 years. You guys have decided to go an extra year, if I'm not mistaken. This pilot, Greg.
It was just a very big success. Our organization put in $400,000.
Right.
20% of our budget the first year to get this off the ground. It
Okay.
proved very successful, so there's a need to keep it going.
So this additional years became, and in the beginning, when we went ahead and pledged our money, we didn't have numbers. We didn't know who was writing it. We didn't know if it'd be successful.
Absolutely.
And so it was kind of a leap of faith, I think, that we took. But I think for me, relating it to the tourism piece goes back to the Lake Tahoe stewardship, goes back to post-COVID, when we all realized the impact. And all of you at the lake have known it for years, but COVID really just exacerbated the issue of the impact on one of our most precious natural resources in our whole region, probably in the world, is Lake Tahoe. And the impact of traffic and congestion, and the fact that transit wasn't really there much, if any at all, and kind of a solution in the micro transit for smaller communities. And I see this even in my community, working with RTC on some of our little micro transit to pick people up out in Wingfield or in one of our other neighborhoods to transport people, because there aren't enough people to support major transport and transportation like you see in a bigger city. So how do you do that? And I think micro transit around the whole country has been a really good solution to that. But I see it from a tourism perspective, is that people in Incline Village, and of course, you know, I don't always assume everyone living there is in, you know, a mega mansion, and you know, there are people living up there that are your workers. So for me, it was the workers living in Incline and Crystal Bay to get them to work, so that the restaurants were open and the hotels were open and that they were clean. And so that's part of tourism, because if you don't have the workforce and you don't have the maids to clean and you don't have the restaurants open because there's no staffing, that affects tourism. So my connection really to how is this tourism related is not only protecting the lake, which is imperative for us to do, because that's what we sell. That's a majority of our advertising has the lake on it. So to promote and protect the lake, because that benefits all of us, but also down to the local level of how does it benefit the businesses up there and the people who are working in the businesses and helping transport, as well as the environmental side of it. So really, that's kind of where I'm coming, where I can say, yes, this does relate, and this does make a positive impact. But I would like to see too, as far as funding sources on the federal side of it. I think every National League of Cities convention I go to, it's all about transit, and it's all about the amount of federal dollars and federal funding. And especially when you're talking about environmental concerns and sustainability, that, researching how many, whether it's grants or source of funding, how do we tap into or look for more possibilities of federal and maybe state funding coming from those sources. But I know on I'm back in DC, and boy, the conversations around sustainability and around transit are huge, and the dollars being funneled into those also. So what potential would we have there? Because I would like to see this. Is this our last ask? Because I don't want to have to come back every year when we've already said 2 years and we've done it, and now we're back this year. If this will get us through this year, and with the goal to RTC and other funders finding that sustainable funding that Jamie, you and Devin are talking about, that it's not something that us being able to help jumpstart this, I'm absolutely fine with. But I would like to see it handed off, and to the mayor's point, handed off to other partners that haven't contributed, or possibilities of where that other funding could come in the future, is kind of where I stand on this. Mr. Murdoch.
Two things. One, Incline is very wealthy, by the way, for anybody to understand that.
I think that's why there's a lot
I
of
just want to bring
heartburn
that up.
here, right?
Okay,
Like
that's-
people feel that way. Like, why aren't they helping? Is that what you're alluding to?
Yes. But second,
I would like to clarify on that point in terms of that perception. Yes, Incline does have a lot of wealthy people, but recently, actually in September of last year, our agency created a transportation equity study where we looked at all of our demographics across the region and where our underserved populations were in terms of youth, seniors, zero vehicle households. And we identified 5 neighborhoods in the entire Tahoe Basin where we have a disproportionate amount of low-income residents, minority residents, residents without access to the vehicle. And one of the 5 community priority zones, and only one of 2 in the North Shore, is the town center of Incline Village. So the heart of Incline Village is, based on the demographics and the residents, a community priority zone where you have a higher proportion of low income, Hispanic, Asian, access without cars, seniors population. So yes, there are the rich people in Incline Village, but sadly, the folks that really need these services in terms of residents are often left out of that conversation. So just wanted to clarify.
That's the point. And secondly, I just want to finish my point because everybody wants to move on. I would be for donating. I have no problem helping out. I really don't. I don't know, does it have to be the 200,000? Can it be 100,000? I mean, it's not like the RSCVA is going forward with flush money. I mean, we're seeing a downturn. Because maybe we'll have another 100,000 next year you're gonna need. So does it have to be 200? That's all. I'm not I'm for it. I think we need to do something, but what is it? What is the right amount?
Can I just ask Jamie one thing?
Yeah.
Hey, Jamie, I think because obviously where you live, people are so much more sensitive to the environment and those types of things. Have you guys, because this is a pilot, see, that's another thing I want to remind this board. I'm not so sure I think people on the board, we just assumed because we've been sitting here, so we kind of knew the background of this. You have new board members, because I don't remember it, being really highlighted. We all knew, but we have new board members, and I don't think that in gear, we're saying this is a pilot, this is something that's new. So I think that, people were going like, why are we, funding this? And I think it's important, and the data was important, but I'm curious, like doing a donate campaign, about, don't drive, let the environment thrive. And then also like do something to that effect. Have you guys talked about that? Those can be really successful, and you even take them on the bus, because there are people that, have, the means to have, 50 cars or collection of cars. We know that that's a fact up there, right? Because they also live here in Reno. But they also take public transit because they also feel, that they want to be good stewards of the environment, but they will also donate, 10,000 because the workforce up there, to your point, like they are super critical. So when you talk about actually the tourism component of where we are partners, that's the one is on the workforce side to getting them to work. Because now more than ever, it's tough to get people, to work. So you want to have make it as easy as possible, right? Whether that's washing their uniforms before they get to work or helping them with transit. I mean, it's tough. And there's a lot of people I would assume, because I think a while back they would talk about there's a lot of people living in single family homes that are completely over capacity, right? Because they haven't built affordable housing. Is that right? Oh, sore subject. Right? Like, and so these things are very real. So if you're really going to talk about also the tourism component, I'm going to say, I think the number one probably, it should be the environment, but okay, the workforce, because that's who's probably using the service.
And local businesses are investing in that. The Hyatt runs
Yeah,
shuttles down the hill
okay,
daily
yeah.
to pick up workforce. They invest, they rent big houses in the location, for workers. Whole floors of their hotels are workforce housing now. So like Vail Resorts and also the Hyatt are big employers that invest in workforce.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
I will also say, we did launch this as a pilot in summer of 2021. Initially, we went into it, both Placer County, Washoe County, went into it thinking we were only going to run the summer service because that's when the height of our tourism component came in. We quickly realized that we were going to be leaving employees without a way to and from work because they had become very dependent on the microtransit and the first mile, last mile connection and being able to get home at night. So, what started as a one season pilot has turned into a 3-year pilot with, the thought process that we will be implementing this as a permanent fixture to our transit system. How that integrates with fixed route and how we become more efficient. Those are all things we are looking at. We are doing a TART systems plan update that will certainly look at the Washoe County corridor and how we better utilize our resources as well as deploy the transit services that are needed. So to your point, yes, it did start as a pilot. It was wildly successful and something we felt like we really could not pull away from the community on multiple levels.
Okay, we've got a lot of discussion, Mr. Squaga, and then I think we're moving towards a motion.
Yeah, let's go.
Sure, and I'll be, honestly, I don't think I have a whole lot to add. I could go around for everybody's comments and agree, disagree on certain things. I think all points well made. I don't question the need. I was really gonna touch on Rick's point of we are down, forecasting down. We've been down, I consider it a trend for 6 months.
Yeah.
Just a little hindsight, I think when we approved the funds prior, we were doing it through budget augmentations. So we were having a surplus of funds, which is always fun. And we're able to kind of dole it out for everybody's, needs. I think we're gonna we possibly could be having augmentations in the other direction coming up. I'm not opposed to doing something and I definitely see the need. There's a transportation discussion that goes way beyond even just this little micro, right? Of the whole region of how we're gonna be moving people going forward. But I can't, if it's 200,000, I'm out. I think to Rick's point, is it another number? And originally, and again, without being, I guess you could say I'll match what IBGID puts in. But
we could match what you put in.
Well, I was gonna say, that was where, and again, not being a smart aleck about it, maybe there's a match to what Travel Tahoe does, and we partner in that way. And again, I don't know what the true number, originally it was said 50,000. I don't know what that true number is, but I think I'd be open for something more in that scale than coming out with the 200,000. But
Courtney, could you answer a quick question, or Mike, either one of you? Where would this funding, if we approve something today, where does that come out of, since it was not budgeted in this fiscal year budget?
So we would look for direction from the board on that. We could either pay it from the rainy day fund, or we could cut another area of the budget to fund this, like advertising or something like that. So we would look for the board's direction in that case.
Did you say cut?
Cut,
Did I
yes.
hear the word cut?
Yeah, it would, because it's not something we budgeted for. So we either pay out of rainy day or cut something else. Those are
Yeah.
our options.
Do we have any other, I know we're about to get budget for the year. Are there any other places that, we're ahead of what we budgeted for, or unfortunately with inflation, if you're like my city, no?
We do have areas where we've seen cost savings or items we haven't spent on, and we're essentially rolling that forward into the next year's budget. So we've allocated those resources and planning the fiscal year 25 budget already.
Okay. And Greg, what is the amount that, no travel, no tacos?
So we would have a shortfall of about $156,000, including the $200,000 from RSCVA. And that would be our portion that we would have to, make up through partners of ours or our money alone. So about I think it was $156,000.
And you guys are already in for 50, or you're going to take
That would,
that?
that would be that whole, that would be.
It would include-
It would include that, yes.
You're in 150 total?
156.
About 150 from our.
Your total,
Yes,
your-
yes.
But if we came in at 200.
That would be.
Is that what you just said?
200, and then it would, yeah.
It'd still be your social.
Yeah.
Even with our funding.
well, just to clarify, they're short of the ultimate goal of you're at 2 million
One
now.
point.
Oh, the 7.7.
Or I'm sorry, 1.
1.2.
You're not there to the 1.2.
Well,
It
and-
still happens.
Yeah. And there could be, like, we could reduce the time we pay for bus drivers at certain non-peak hours or what have you. And it's not they analyze this, but
So just to, I will say, if we are not successful in obtaining all of the dollars, I think there are going to be some very tough discussions, probably this week, about cutting service. We came very close to cutting service, in March, I believe, March 1st, because of the funding gap. Washoe RTC came in with some additional funds, and I think the thought process was these funds would essentially allow us to finish out the pilot year. I believe, and Andy has maybe a better idea on this, or Greg, I believe we're probably pretty close to saying, hey, if we don't get the funds, I'm gonna have to suspend service as of May 1st.
Shannon, what's the
County can't take on the risk, right? So I have to look out for the county, because the county can't pay portions of another jurisdiction's operating.
Yeah.
Needs.
but when you say suspend service, you're not saying you end the
Suspend.
service.
We would suspend it. It would not operate more than likely, because I think we burned through our budget.
But if you have 1.1 of the $1.2 million that you need to operate, you're saying you're gonna suspend the service, even though you have.
No. So I'm saying if you guys did not supply, if you didn't support the $200,000, and you said no funding, we would have to make that decision. But if we came on $200,000 short, I can tell you the service will not run May and June. If we $50,000 short, then yeah, we're probably looking at how we have to go back to the vendor, and we have to work with them as to, what does that look like and what hours can we operate with these funds?
So, I don't know, maybe, let me try, and I don't know, maybe it will. Do you want to go? Yeah, no, you were saying, go ahead.
Well, I just.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John Wilson, that's fine.
I'm sorry. Yeah, because I think when the first funding request came to us, this was the ask was to add additional service times or be able to maintain additional service times. There was never a discussion about a suspension of service during the original ask that I recall.
That was my question.
That directly
so
after
can I
that
just-
vote we let the residents know we have to suspend. So that's
Okay.
why.
In spirit of like moving us forward, this has been a very, very long meeting. And I think there is a much bigger, broader conversation. And that goes back to, what do we want to do? What do we want to see moving forward? I actually think we should look at, everything in a year. And that means, what does this board want to get done in a year? What do you want to fund this year? And after that, and if you haven't put sort of that on the radar, that doesn't happen. I'm just saying, it's a lot easier instead of like this huge elephant that we feel like we have to eat. I think there is a much bigger, broader conversation. However, to your point, Jamie, obviously that's concerning. I appreciate you dramatically, Alexis, for dialing it. I don't think there was any appetite to fund the whole thing. I think it was a hard pill to swallow. We also have not had this broad conversation, so I'm not necessarily sure, it probably caught some people off guard. I'm inclined to obviously make the match, but it sounds like there is gonna be that gap. I think, and Jamie, there's the pilot, when does that like end? And I think we want to support you. So moving forward, that might be a very different conversation here. I don't know, depending on what this board wants to see moving forward. So in the spirit of like being a really good partner, we want to see you successful. Obviously, I think we all think there's a lot of great attributes. Then I would ask the board, to support 200. If you don't feel that that is appropriate, I would modify my motion to come back to support, sounds like you're putting in 156, 159. Okay, well, now we're going to 159.
Well, I mean, I'm just like looking at the.
159.
160.
Yeah, so whatever, I'm just saying, so that would be my motion. And then I think there's a broader conversation as we move forward, but I kind of also need to move forward, and we have another big piece of business here, so.
I have I'll second
For discussion.
So to your question you just asked, Mayor, and I don't think Jamie gave us an answer. For what time period is this pilot? Are we just looking at May and June? Or does this money get you through another year? I'm confused. Or is it fiscal year starting July? What is our time frame?
It's fiscal year 23-24. So it is in the current fiscal year that we are operating. So this would take us through June 30th of 2024. Beginning July 1st, we're back kind of at square one, which is what we've been talking with Washoe RTC and other partners about, is how will we find sustainable funding for this moving forward?
Okay, I do have a motion on the floor by the mayor to support $160,000 support. Do I have a second? And then I'll open discussion.
I thought, wait, what was your motion?
No, my first motion was I would ask for the 200 if the
Or
board,
is your modification would be 160?
if that
Okay, sorry.
doesn't pass or the board wants discussion, then we
Okay.
dial it back.
Okay, so your motion is for 200. Okay, do I have a second on that motion? I have a second by Commissioner Hill. Mr. Abelsar?
Can I ask a question? Yeah. So what I understood, Courtney saying, if we are already pre-budgeted, we're out, we have to either cut as well to spend this $200,000 or take it from rainy day. And I don't even, how much do we have in rainy day? What is the percentage of what we're taking from rainy day? And we don't have in our next budget money allocated to supplement that rainy day. So, I mean, I guess where I'm struggling is Jamie's talking about, oh, they have to make cuts. Well, but they're asking us for money. And in order for us to get money, we're gonna have to make cuts.
So
I don't know that that's equitable.
and I'll let Courtney jump in here as well. Mike, I got it for the record. So currently through March, we are running at a surplus of around $400,000, correct? In terms of July through March. However, September was the highest producing room tax month in the history of Washoe County. We have seen since October 1 forward, pretty much cutting into that surplus. March alone was a 10.9% decrease, almost $2.5 million in room tax, or actually a little bit more than 2.5. Our concerns, and to Courtney's point, is if we see this pattern continue, which we've had for 6 months, we are going to eat into that surplus and be running at a deficit of our approved current fiscal year budget for the last 3 months of the fiscal year. The second part of your question is, you're correct, we have not budgeted currently, other than $350,000 that we are presenting in May in the budget for these types of opportunities, which 350 takes you nowhere. It's a very small amount. That will get eliminated very quickly. So we have not budgeted for, if this was to come back in the amount that we have.
That's what I'm saying, there's a broader conversation moving forward.
Right.
Today, we can, in my opinion, we can do this way. I'm saying moving forward, it's a different conversation.
So quick clarification, Mike or Courtney. So you're talking surplus versus rainy day fund. Rainy day fund is different, correct?
It is, yes, sorry, go ahead, Courtney.
Correct, yeah. So I mean, essentially at the end of the fiscal year, we'll come in slightly under budget for room tax revenues as our prediction if the pattern continues. You know, we had a good Q1. We already augmented and committed those funds.
Right.
But yeah, we're essentially like in the areas that we're saving money right now, like we know we're not gonna spend. We've already allocated that fiscal year 25 because going to fiscal year 25, we need to know what our total pool to allocate from is.
Right.
So for this, to fund this in this fiscal year, we can tap into the rainy day fund or we can cut something else, whether that be from this current budget or if we cut from the fiscal year 25 budget and say, okay, well, we're gonna have less money to spend going into that year, we can cut from.
How much is in the rainy day?
So the rainy day fund for board policy can be up to $2 million and right now it's at 1.8.
1.8. Okay, thank you. Other questions I've got? Oh, John.
Thank you. Thank you. As you know, I supported, the motion before for matching funds, but I just need a little bit more clarification based on what Jamie said. Do we have a motion for the 200,000 that would just support the service for the next 2 months? And beyond that, the service is at risk again. So I just want to understand whether or not the money that we're giving now is going to support the service longer than just 2 months. Because if it's a failed model, not from the perspective of ridership, but from the perspective of being able to garner enough funding sources, I don't know why we'd spend that unless there's a commitment from you that this is going to endure into next year.
I can't make that commitment on behalf of Washoe County. I'm doing my best to work with Washoe RTC and the partners within Washoe County. I just contract for the service. So I'm kind of stuck playing middleman in some ways because I have to contract for a service and each season we're wondering if we're going to get the funding. I do believe this came before your board a few months back. So the thought process at that time was it would carry us through the rest of the fiscal year, which was about 5 months at that time. Yes, this is only funding to get us through the rest of this fiscal year. And then we start again next year. And hopefully Washoe RTC comes with additional dollars. Hopefully we find additional dollars within Washoe County. I know TRPA is actively working on this. I've shared numbers and spreadsheets with their team. So I don't think that it's a lost cause. Do we still have work to do? Yeah. Do I still think that Washoe County has work to do and how you guys figure out, like you're saying, there's a larger conversation to be had here. And it can't, my experience is that there aren't enough transit dollars to fund programs, a holistic transit system. You have to have some sort of local support. You all within Washoe County kind of need to have a meeting of the minds is where is that local support going to come from and what should it fund? And I believe IFGID should be part of that discussion, but that's not.
And to keep in mind, these dollars are generated in Incline Village, Crystal Bay. That they're asking. So the money that comes down here and then goes back to us, the TOT is generated in Incline Village, Crystal Bay. And we're just hoping some of these dollars can go back to help support Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, I would say it's not lost because we wouldn't have this data or know if it was successful at all in any capacity. And then we could all be going back to the table, funding a lot more or having these discussions that, just so I kind of feel like now we're at some point where I think, Amy, just me personally, I think we will have the support of our RTC. I think we play a role. We know that. I think, was it a unanimous vote? Yeah, so that's good news. However, I would say you're gonna have to probably adjust that model to where people are gonna have to start to pay something. I'm just going to assume, right? So, yeah, and so now you kind of know what works, what's not working clearly. You know, if you're gonna have to push this hard all the time, well, that's kind of what we do. When we run those transportation agencies, we do know that. I know it's hard. It's like one of the hardest things you can do. So, I have a lot of respect for you to, you know, go out there and push for it. Cause it's very, very much needed, but it's also one of those things where you are grinding like nobody's business. But I do want to, I just want the board to know, that I think that it's important to have had this data, to know what we were looking at, who is the user, who it's helping, all those things. So I would just say, that's where I feel like, you know, I want to be supportive. Moving forward, I would say this is, again, should be a transportation issue, I think, and a much bigger, broader regional conversation. So I would just say this board probably wouldn't look at it again, moving forward, but I do think, there's something here. We just want it to be more equitable.
And I would agree with you, Madam Mayor. I support the motion, and I know it's just getting them through until the end of this fiscal year with the idea I want to hand it off and, you know, the work done to find that funding stream that you need. Because from day one, it's been pilot for me. Let's get in, and it is successful. So to the mayor's point of all the data and the success of the system, we've proven that. So I think that's an easier sell when you're going out to find other funding too, whether it's federal funding or other funding. It's a successful model, and here's the need for it for both workforce and for the environmental in Tahoe. But I would not want to see it come back to this board again.
Okay,
So I would be good, but just for this,
Just call for
just
the
for this
vote, if
time.
it goes up or down, but we gotta.
I've got Mr. Squawka's light
Let's go
on.
to the vote.
Are you good?
I think we're in hour 5.
I know,
Yeah.
I know.
I mean, like at this point, we just gotta go,
Right.
regardless
Okay.
if it's up or down.
I will add this, and maybe it's just because I'm a slow learner. I did not realize this was just to go through, to get us through June. I mean,
I think there was a lot of.
I'm sorry.
said.
I should have asked that question probably in the very opening minute.
I
But
will
that
say that this is for service that's been running since July 1st. So it is a full year. These are just essentially the gap funds that were needed to get Washoe County through the full year of service.
Okay, I've got a motion. I've got a second. I think we should do a roll call vote, Madam.
Mr. Applesark? So wait, go for like yes or no?
No explanation.
No, you can give an explanation. I'm just saying, like, people get confused when you go, I. Yesterday we had that problem. When we
Yes,
do a roll call,
You don't want the.
when we do a roll call, yeah, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I want to explain my vote. Personally, in the pronoun, I don't feel comfortable at the 200,000 mark for RSCVA paying more than our partners. I would be more comfortable with a motion that brought RSCVA to match what our partners are contributing and do it in a collaborative way. I can't support this motion at this level. I would be more comfortable supporting it if we matched them. So I'm a no.
So, for this vote, you're a no.
For this vote, I'm a no.
And if motion doesn't pass, then we'll look at
Then I'll
another
modify.
motion. Another motion. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Squaga?
No.
Chair Bybee?
Yes.
Mr. East?
Yes.
That's how we all vote.
Yeah.
I feel like we're on Survivor. Just getting voted off today.
Mr. Murdock?
I'm gonna be voted off. I voted for the match. I vote for the match, but I'll say no.
But for this motion, you're
That's a
no.
no.
Okay.
Mayor Sheedy?
Yes.
6 for yes.
6-3, yes? Okay. It passes. We don't need the second motion. Thank you all for the presentation and, and good luck with you moving forward and finding some other big bucks.
Okay, what are we doing
Thank you all for the discussion and the positive vote. We really appreciate all of your input, the folks that were yes, the folks that were no, and to Mayor Sheevy's point, we very much look forward to having and being engaged in that broader discussion as we move forward on what is the role of destination marketing organizations in transportation? How do we create sustainable, dependable funding sources and all of that? But again, thank you all for your support today.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we're going to move on to E3. Approval of President and CEO employment agreement. Whereas to review, discuss, and take action to approve the employment agreement that you all should have a paper copy in front of you. Molly, do you want to set this up and then?
Molly, you're up finally.
Woo, come on, I know you. Good afternoon.
It's all good. So as you know, you voted to offer the position of president and CEO to Mr. Larraguetta and directed the chair and Mr. Larraguetta along with the legal staff to work out and negotiate for this contract. You have a copy of the contract. I can go through some basic terms. It is for a 2-year contract, and thereafter each year will be the agreement would automatically renew for an additional year. This is consistent with statutory requirements related to the timeframes that agreements can go forward. This salary is currently set at, under this agreement, at $315,000 per annum. In September of last year, this board did vote to approve a salary range of 280 to 315. The bonus, excuse me, to 320, my mistake, sorry, to 320. The bonus, there's 2 portions to the bonus in here. This is an unusual or something that we haven't had before, where we had a current employee rising to the president and CEO. As you know, Mike has been the VP of sales and worked and under our previous CEO's goal plan. He was given goals for this fiscal year. He maintained that role as VP of sales through the entire time he was also acting as interim CEO. He had those goals, and so the first portion is really just to recognize the work that he did and to assure Mike that he would be eligible for those goals that he had expectations of as he started his fiscal year as the VP of sales long before any of the CEO issues happened. And so that's what is set out in 1.2.1. Thereafter, starting as early as next week, the goal process for CEOs will go through. The board will approve CEO goals for the following fiscal year. That's 24-25. Under that, based upon that September board approval, there was a bonus allocation of up to 10% for goals that are set, achievement of those goals, with an additional option for a 5% fully discretionary bonus with this board. So that's the salary and goals. And then the benefits, we had some statutory changes since the last time we entered into a contract. What we did with the benefits is it's essentially the exact same that all employees at the RSCVA at an executive level receive. And so those have been, they're consistent with what other employees have. And with that, I will entertain any questions, or we can open it up for discussion. Oh, one thing, I'm sorry. The one thing, it's been a long day, I apologize.
It's highlighted in yellow.
I know, it's highlighted in yellow. There was one provision that the parties, Mr. Larraguetta and the chair did not come to an agreement on. And that is the amount of severance that would be paid under the agreement. Severance is paid in a couple different instances, primarily when the RSCVA terminates without cause, or if the employee terminates for cause. And the employee terminating for cause has some notice provisions where it would require him to provide 45 days notice and opportunity to cure. So there's an opportunity for this board to have time to meet and cure any issues. Other than that, it's only for cause if it's a statutory violation. Like, for example, we failed to pay him. We just chose not to pay him, and that's a statute that we're required to pay employees. With us, it's whether or not, if we chose to terminate, the RSCVA chose to terminate without cause, severance comes into play. Historically, prior to our last CEO, historically, the severance amount has been 6 months. Just previous, Mr. Harris had negotiated a 12-month severance period. And so with that, if there are any questions, we can answer any questions or entertain discussion.
Okay, Mr. J.
I'm just gonna throw something in here. I would be in favor of the 12-month termination for a number of reasons. One, the airport, we're gonna be, discussing dinner in this contract. We're gonna be moving that up to a 12-month. Two, positions like this, airport CEO, things like that are kind of what we call, I don't know if the right word. It's not like if you leave here, you're gonna be able to go somewhere else in the community and do the same job. Chances are those individuals, if that was happening, they would have to relocate. So I think you're seeing a lot of, and we're seeing that in a lot, even in the private industry, doing the severance packages moving up, and I would support a 12-month severance package for Mr. Larragetta.
Can I ask you a question? Because we did, as we looked at it, kind of what was comparable, what we did in the past for other CEOs, but then we looked at comparables in the region, and Mr. Griffin was under a 6 month, so that was one of the examples.
Right, and now changing.
But he's been there 4 years.
Correct. It will be changing to 12.
But sometimes, because I know the Reno City Manager, Mr. Ferroni, was 5 months, but last August you guys upped yours to 12 after 4 years. So I'm kind of seeing, in just trying to get comparables in the region, that those were changed with
I would
some
just say,
seniority.
because you mentioned, and this is just, I mean, personally, when we're talking about the 12 months, whatever the last CEO, I would say consistent, should be moving forward. Personally, I mean, and again, I always call out the elephant in the room. It's a weird thing that I do, but it was a really rocky start to getting to this place. And we're even gonna see that with our city manager. I'm sure you are too. And
we're good.
So,
well, you don't know yet. You don't know.
Oh,
She
that's
said we're good. You have no idea, Charlene, where you're at.
We think you're
Right?
So-
We're in a
So
good place.
my point is sometimes, I mean, I think that this region has been a little rocky in whether it's municipality or over, I see this one going like this. And so, but I would say because staying consistent with honestly what Charles had, and I was not a proponent of that last contract at all whatsoever. You guys know that I've been very, very vocal about it. The 12 months, I absolutely am and believe it. And I know that to be with Doug's contract as well.
No question, it's my understanding, I could be wrong, if I'm wrong, please correct me, that the proposed salary for the smart city manager would be 285. But there's a $300,000 buyout, it's not necessarily tied to number of months, it's more tied to a fixed number, so that would be roughly 1.1 year. Correct or not?
Yes, and that's brand new.
Okay.
That is
right,
brand
but-
new, yeah.
So it'd
And
be
we,
more.
when we, and we didn't even have any of those numbers when we negotiated, because our city manager contract was not done. So we went to the airport and we went to City of Reno and we looked at what those comps were, and both positions were there for 4 years before they upped it to 12 months. They started at 6 months. So the reason I came back with the 6 months was because he's brand new at the CEO spot. And should we decide at a later date that we wanted to up that after our 2 years, we wanted to up that, we could do that. We also, just point of reference, on the salaries, Mr. Larragetta came in. You guys gave me the 280 to 320. Mr. Larragetta came in with 3 different numbers for us. He was willing to accept 305, 310, and 315. So I went right in the middle with 310, and then Mr. Larragetta and his attorneys came back with 315. So we did negotiate up, and I was fine with that. We went up on that number. This is the only thing that we did not come to terms with. So really it's up to the board today, and I see Commissioner Hill and then Mr. Murdoch after Commissioner Hill.
I would support the 12 months as well. We just did that with our county manager, Eric Brown, and just to, support Mr. J's comments, that's kind of the market. And also Mr. Larragetta saw the former contract, and I think probably thought, okay, I'm gonna take a risk, move from sales, which he's been incredible at and done so successfully, and take a risk and run a
More stability.
an organization, yeah, way more stability, and run an organization, because I know my family, if this board gets wonky, and we never would, of course, but, I know my family,
No.
will be taken care of for a year while I figure out what my next move is. So that's where I'm at.
So quick question, Commissioner Hill. So did you just raise, what was, when you hired Mr. Brown as your county manager, what was the severance?
I did not hire Mr. Brown.
Well, no,
So when I
when he
became
was
chair, I
hired.
moved it to a year because I had the,
Was he at 6
not
months?
the authority, but I brought that to my board under that leadership, and I would have done that beforehand, but I wasn't chair until,
Okay.
you know.
So just curious, was he at 6, 7?
Oh,
You guys went up?
yeah, but that was
Okay.
something I felt like was the right move.
So in the
Thank
spirit
you.
of moving forward, can
Thank you.
I throw a motion?
Mr. Murdoch, I've got more people that
Okay.
want to talk, and I've got Mr. East also. Mr. Murdoch and then Mr. East.
This is easy for me.
That's why, let's do the
My
motion.
predecessor had 3 years.
Go.
Statute says
I haven't
2.
missed 3 meetings.
In all fairness, in my opinion,
Yeah.
he's gonna be 2 years. He needs a full year severance. I'm sorry. And
Missed 3 meetings.
he in good faith didn't take the same, his negotiated bonus and all that was far less than anybody I've seen has taken over here. Therefore, absolutely, he should have a year severance pay.
Okay, and it is a 2-year contract because we discovered, the lawyers found
Oh,
out
yeah.
we could only do 2 years and
Yeah.
we shouldn't have done 3.
No break.
But it is an automatic, Mr. Murdoch, it's not automatic extension with each year.
Yeah.
So, okay, I've got, any other comments? Mr. East, did you have one?
I did, but it's been echoed by everybody else. I think the recent precedent should stand, and I'm in full favor of a year.
Okay.
As well, real quick,
do we need-
Madam Chair, I just,
Yes.
on the, just clarification on the renewal, the automatic renewal. Is that after 2 years, after the contract expires, or it'll start?
So we modeled it the way but I believe both cities, and I believe the county does too. So the maximum we go out is 2 years. So at the beginning of every fiscal year, it will renew to make it a 2-year agreement. So yeah, it's 2 years today. At the beginning of this coming fiscal year, we'll add on, the 3 months, it'll be a 2-year agreement. At the end of that fiscal year, it'll have 1 year left, and it will automatically renew to make it another 2-year agreement. Unless we decide not to.
Unless either.
You're always adding a year to the back end to keep it the 2-year agreement.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I ask one
Yes.
question? Or Ben, can I make a motion on 2 items?
Sure.
So Madam Chair, I move that we approve the employment agreement for Mike Larragetta as president and CEO of RSCVA at an annual base salary equal to $315,000 with a 12-month severance for without cause, and approve the bonus for Mr. Larragetta.
Separate item.
Gotcha. Sorry, I didn't, so.
Oh.
You just have to make it
Kind of
separate.
consolidate.
Yeah.
I thought you were trying to keep the 350.
Fine, just that's my motion.
Okay.
Back-
Second.
Okay, go, cheers.
And a motion and a second. Second by Commissioner Hill.
Commissioner Hill, yes.
Can I just clarify your motion?
Discussion.
Yes.
The motion would be to approve the salary at 315, 12-month severance, and the other terms outlined in the contract.
And other terms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you agree with the?
Yes,
Full
the
motion.
amendment, yes.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. I don't think I need a roll call vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries. I'm not gonna vote no because everybody else voted yes, so.
Smart woman.
So, let's move on to our last item. Well, it's not last, second last, okay. He's like, I gotta look here. Okay, do you need to, Molly, do you need to?
Very quickly, just, as interim CEO, when Mike took the position from VP of sales, he did not have a salary increase or bump. He chose not to take one. That is somewhat unprecedented when we have had interim CEOs. And so this, agenda item is really to try to make whole for the work that he did as an interim for those 9 months when he stepped in. So just the calculation in the amount of 35,000, just so you know how that comes up, is at a 320, which was the max amount we could do under the salary. And we didn't know the salary amount. I just did the math, that's what it was.
It's 350, it's 10 months.
Oh, 10
350.
months, not 9 months, that's what the difference is. I apologize. So 315, the salary amount, less what he made as VP of sales, that delta for over 9 months, not an entire year, is that approximately $35,000.
That's what number it is. Mr. Avatar, are you ready for a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the bonus amount equal to $35,000 for compensation for the time he served as interim president, Mr. Mike Largetta.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Avatar, second by Mr. Murdock. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I should clarify. The only reason I said that is because I've been there. So I was
You don't know.
sympathizing with you. I've been there many times.
Yeah, so you know.
No, that's why I was like, oh, how hard it is.
See, and I'm spoiled because we're always doing that.
I know.
But not always.
But I
not
just want
always,
you to
I
know
will
I've
say.
been there many times.
Okay, so we're moving on to E5. Discussion on, we've been asked to consider, when we set our meeting calendar, that had been, for those of you who are here and incoming new, we had done a 6-month trial on every month. And then Mr. Kennedy brought it to my attention. Anyway, we came back and voted that we would meet every month. And we did this in January or February. We would meet monthly, and we put a contingency on it that if there was a possibility that we could take one of the summer months off, it would be kind of nice to have that vacation opportunity for this board. So this item is, because of that, we are scheduled for every month, but the possibility of pulling a summer meeting off the schedule. June, what we do need to consider, and it really is going to be considering how much business we still have. And obviously today, we had a lot and we went way longer than any of us wanted to be here. May is going to be packed also, so I'm not sure what will roll into June, but I do know for June, Mr. Largetta, you and I talked, we do have to make a decision on the airport's representative, Mr. Jay's term, because he took the last year of Ms. Faraz's term. He's only here for a year, so the airport has to give us 2 names if Mr. Jay wants to stay on.
I will be presenting my name.
Then we will, but we need two
Right,
names. We
you'll
go
have two
through the
names.
same process. So we need to do that in June, or we're scheduled to do that in June because July 1st is when you all came on that were new, or you came on, would be here in July instead of him, us making that decision in July. So that piece of business, it's the end of fiscal year, what other considerations, Mike, did we look at?
So I'm gonna have Christina step in because she just has some, as it relates to BDK and.
We have a number of RFPs that expire at the end of this fiscal year that we would need to bring to the board at some point prior to the end of the fiscal year.
Oh,
Which
so that
we technically could move those two, but ideally.
they should,
Prefer to do it for the end of the fiscal year, but we could move those into July.
okay. So we do have some business in June that, and whatever's rolling over. And this is the next month, Mr. Avatar.
Madam Chair, since I brought this up last meeting and,
Mhm.
and hearing from the team, and you have the authority in working with Mike to change it next meeting, I would just table this item, if everyone's comfortable with that and
Okay.
revisit it in May.
We can do that. And I think the intent too, and this was good for us to bring it up right now, because if we want to shoot for maybe August, we'll have a better idea, but not till closer to August, probably. Yeah, June or July, we'll know if that's a possibility for the August meeting that we could reconsider. Okay, so we don't need any need a motion, a second for that? Okay, we're just gonna table that item. Board member announcements, I do have one I wanted to let you know. The firefighter challenge that we had our firemen here, and that's coming May 16th, 17th, and 18th. I received an email that we have, as a major sponsor, have VIP seating available, up to 10 per time slot, and they are starting on the 16th of May with individual competition, and on the 17th, there's tandems and teams. I'm not sure the 18th. He gave me those 2 dates. So anyone who is interested, get a hold of me, and let me know if you're interested in VIP, and I'll get times and everything for that 16th and 17th of May to go watch Firefighter Challenge. It'll be out at the Nugget Event Center. Should be phenomenal. Anyway, let me know directly so that I can give him names. Bless you, Mr. Murdoch.
I'd like to inform the board that Mr. Larragetta and myself, along with the Caesars contingency, went down to Las Vegas, met with USBC, who is scheduled into Reno through 2035. We are working on an extension for 3 or 4 more years, 3 or 4 more opportunities. And it was unbelievable to see the RSCVA team was down there with the new, our new bowling,
Mr. Peters.
Mr. Peters. He was involved, the row sent somebody down, I brought Anthony Carano along. We really had a showing down there and right in the backyard, we were at South Point where the bowlers are signed all the time. So it was really a strong message we sent that Reno loves them and can't wait for them to come back. And they want their goal in 26. They have the women this year, we're off next year. 26, Mike's goal and our team's goal is 50,000 bowlers with guests. So that's a lot of people on the airlines, and I wish the airport could hear this today because I got Richard anyway, he'll get it back there. There is some opportunity there. So I just want to thank the RSCVA team and everybody for being a part of this.
To kind of tag on that, just a reminder that we are all invited to the opening ceremonies and VIP on Saturday for the women, and it starts 4:30.
For VIP reception.
4 o'clock, right? 4 o'clock to like 5 or 5:15, then it's downstairs for the actual ceremony.
Right.
So, please just let Mira know, or you could just show up, actually. You don't need a VIP, RSVP, do you?
We are giving them a list, yes.
Okay, so please let Mira know if you'd like to go. Be a great way to welcome the women back, the ladies back in the town. Mr. Jay,
Yes, I'll
you
do
got a quick airport.
It's gonna be quick, 15 seconds. The new ticketing counter opened, 30,000 feet there now. Spring break, we've had 20 days of over 16,000 passengers a day, which is setting a record. 90,000 more seats will be on the market this summer compared to last summer. So that's pretty huge. This is something pretty cool. I never heard of this. It's called the Hidden Disability Sunflower Program.
I brought it to the airport.
You did, good. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd never heard of that.
Yeah, it's amazing
Yeah.
that you're doing it, so thank you.
So we're one of 200 airports doing this, and these people have lanyards who have hidden disabilities. And that'll signal to the staff that they might require additional assistance or understanding during the journey to our airport. So thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you
And I
for
think this
doing
is
it. That's
pretty
so
cool.
cool.
So that's it. Told you to be quick.
Okay, any other updates? Mr. Abasar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just the event with the volleyball, the Far West volleyball tournament was phenomenal. I mean, I can't say enough for this team, the staff, all the work that you guys put into this, and I'm sure they do a great job. Just some observations, because I know we've talked about youth sports, to our casino friends. I mean, I had to walk over to multiple casinos, and I saw all these like dads with their different, they're all wearing the garb, right? The swag for their team inside Ignite, and they're all gambling. So I know one of the things that we talked about, and I remember we met a team from Hawaii that my daughter's team played a bunch, and just talking with the dads and families, and they're staying at one of the locals talking about where's the best craps tables or what have you. So I just thought that was really interesting. On the downside, parking was
Oh my God.
horrible. So,
Where was it, downtown?
downtown
And
was
here.
easier.
Yeah,
Convention center was really rough. It was rough, and I know that's maybe the dream list that we can look at some
I
point.
parked outside here and walked over because you couldn't get anything. And I got in the parking lot, you couldn't park.
Okay. Any other?
Well, there's a little lot over there.
updates? Okay, do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk? We don't have any public. Okay, so that's easy. Close out. This meeting is adjourned. You guys.